think we're live. Yeah, I think we're live.
We're live.
We're live.
Yeah.
Everybody's. Yeah, here we go. All right, it is the Weekly Alaboom, May 19th in the year of our Lord 2021. As always, to start off the show, it is me and my stalwart Barry. How was your last week or so, sir?
Tiring.
Yeah, The Rock.
The Rock.
I saw The Rock. I saw the pile of rock. You're like, I don't know, like tearing out your lawn.
I poured it back. I didn't. Some family came down. I directed them somewhat.
Oh, you got to pay the big bucks. You're the foreman.
Oh, I was one of two people who ever did it. Yeah.
So how many pounds of rock was it?
It was 8 tons.
So we can ask Forrest how 8 tons of rock is.
No, you can't be. They sent me the wrong rock. There's volume things. A ton of one rock's not the same as a ton as another volume-wise. So what I should have got was 8 ton. This ended up being.
You load 8-ton rock.
This ended up being about 10 or 12. They didn't send 3/4. They said something else. Apparently, there's a shortage on sand and rock.
There's a shortage of rock?
Yeah.
We're running out of rock?
I just think they don't have enough people to mine it, do the pits and all that, and the gravel, they're crushing it and all that. Quarries. I couldn't think of the name of them. No. And apparently worldwide there's a shortage of sand. So,
fair enough.
It's a little expensive. No, but it's all done. It's a big pad. It was a real big pad.
So what are you doing with all that rock? You're like throwing it at cars as they drive
by,
or what?
No, I had to level it off, and then I poured a concrete pad on top of the leveling. And now here's some stone. Just a walkway is gravel.
Okay.
I poured about 4 yards of concrete.
So a lot of fun. That's what you're saying.
A lot of fun. I haven't done it in 20 years, and I hope never to do it again. Yeah.
Yeah, my wife and I were measuring. We're gonna do a big landscaping project this summer, so
yeah, I still got to get some dirt.
Out stuff. It's kind of annoying. So we got 2 trees when, like, probably the first year we moved into our house, and we've lived here for 12 years. And the willow tree in our backyard grew like a weed. I mean, the thing's 20 feet tall, just huge. It looks super nice. And then the apple tree that we have, it decided it was just going to go straight up and be like 8 feet tall and just be done. And it just doesn't grow anymore.
It's tired.
It's tired. It's tired. I'm done.
Do you have another apple tree near it, or is it just the one?
No, it's just the one tree.
Usually don't.
My wife just says, "Why didn't we just plant 2 willow trees?" And I was like, "I don't know."
Yeah, usually apple don't fruit without another one around it. I think it's a mile or something. I forget. I looked it up at one point.
But no, you have to have another fruit tree near it so it grows.
Another apple tree, yeah. Not all fruit trees are like that. The peaches aren't. I don't think pears are. I do know apples are.
I have never heard of that in my life, that you have to have another apple tree near it so it'll grow.
No, so it'll fruit.
Oh, we get the little dumb crab apples.
So there must be another one near you then. I think it was a mile or something, a radius.
What? Time out. This sounds like some garbage BS. What? So you have to have
2 apple
trees. The tree knows. The tree knows it. It's like, oh hey, yo tree. It gets on the radio and contacts them. Hey Ryan.
Hey Ryan. He can't hear us yet. You don't think the plants and all that talk to each other? Plants are vicious creatures.
I don't think plants talk to each other.
I think they do. Not the same way we do, but I believe they do. Plants are very vicious creatures. Always strangling each other out, trying to kill each other off. Very, very vicious creatures.
I'm just joining, obviously, but it sounds like we're talking about whether plants talk to each other or not.
Yeah,
that's correct.
I am strongly on the plants do talk
side
of the argument based on science.
Yeah. It may not be like we do, but somehow they communicate with each other. Yeah.
What is this, like The Happening? That horrible movie with what's his face in it? They
No, I'm not saying they're going to take over the world. I'm just saying they.
No, they use
communicate.
mycelium networks to share resources, and they've been shown to actually preferentially share with their relatives as well. They share sugars through mycelium networks. Basically, is how it all rolls out.
Yeah.
And they actually warn each other of impending infection and impending blights, so that they can other ones can start making toxins to prevent damage from those blights. There's some pretty deep science behind it. It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
Look up Paul Stamets and mycelium networks.
Yeah, what he said. What I was saying to Liz is he said he had an apple tree in his yard. And I asked him if he had another one, because usually apple trees need another one to fruit.
Yeah. Well, isn't that just pollination, or is that something else?
Just the pollination of it, too, And I think it was like a mile radius. I forget the exact number. I looked it up. Jen wanted some fruit trees in the back. And I did look that up specifically.
You can just get bees, too. That's really who's doing the pollination.
Yeah, that's true.
Or flies, depending on where you are.
I remember like 2 or 3 summers ago, I went outside and I had this is more than 2 or 3 summers. It would be like 5 or 6 summers ago. Kids had a outdoor swimming pool, not like a big giant above ground one or something like that. Just a kid pool, right? You inflate it, you put a rock in the middle so it doesn't blow away, and you fill it with water or whatever. Anyway, and I went out and one day the kids swam in it or whatever. Went back in the house like 4 or 5 days later. I was like, I gotta move that or else it's gonna kill the grass it's on, that kind of thing. So I went outside to move it, and I got within like 10 feet, and just wasps are just flying all around me, and they had started to build a nest on one side of the thing. I had to go over with a hose and spray it down, and make sure it didn't, like the death wasps didn't come out and kill me or something. So hey, Jonna.
Hi.
Hi, Jonna.
Camera's working great.
Yeah, I can see. I think I might have to turn it off and on again. So I'm gonna try again.
The universal problem solver. When I was young, we were up the mountains. A friend of the family was building a cabin up there, and they just poured a foundation the year before. And these beehives, like 3 or 4 of them, me and my dog ran up on them. We got stung by hundreds of them. They ended up going out and smoking the nest and all that. I found out that I was not allergic to bees.
At least they weren't murder hornets.
I don't think we have them here.
I think they're starting to be here, but there's a chance the Fish and Wildlife people have actually gotten it under control. We're not sure yet, obviously, but they found a bunch of nests up in Washington, so hopefully they're not in Oregon yet.
Those things look vicious.
How did they come over here? Was it on boat or something?
Yeah, boat. Produce coming in or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're big. They look really vicious. Like, I think they could definitely kill you. They went after you.
Really?
I mean, each one's like bigger than a thumb, like a huge.
Wow.
Yeah, they're like legit, like knives. They're like that big. Yeah.
I could take them.
I mean, yeah, you could punch one of them.
So did they?
I just to wound, so he'd go back to his friends and tell him not to mess with me.
Did they coordinate attacks, or is it just one and done?
I don't know. I don't know enough about him other than I don't want to mess with him.
Hey, can I air my grievance?
What about?
So
better not be a fucking school lane.
No, it wasn't a school lane. School lanes have been pretty fine lately. No major problems. Everybody's been pretty cool. Everybody's realizing that it's like when they're dropping off their kids, it's like you're getting those last weeks of dropping off your kids at school, and they're like scared to death of the fact that their kids are gonna be home, and most of the parents are probably stuck working from home, and they're not used to that. So it's like, anyway, so I'm pretty sure they're like, oh geez, this is gonna be horrible. My kids are gonna be home with me all day long. But anyway, no.
So they are gonna let them out this summer? I wasn't sure about that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. So I live on the border of North, not to get all into COVID talk here, but I live on the border of North Dakota and Minnesota, like right on the border, and I live in Minnesota. So you cross the river and get into North Dakota, and I mean,
Wild West.
Well, no, I mean, it's just like, the CDC said no masks. Everybody just threw them in a pile and burned them, basically. I mean, it's just wherever you go, nobody's, I mean, there's a small percentage of people that will still, right? But for the most part. So Minnesota, however, has said that they're not removing the mask mandate until July 1st. They're just, but they have allowed people to make up if they're like a business has in Minnesota can choose to say, if you are we're following CDC guidelines, so if you're vaccinated, you can not wear a mask and you can be in, but all the employees have to wear masks regardless. So like when you go to a grocery store, if you're vaccinated, I mean, they don't check you or anything. They don't check you the microchip they implanted in you or anything like that. They just, you just can walk in without a mask or whatever, right? But anyway, so that's the whole deal. So it's just weird. It's this weird situation where, and then the schools, like the kids still have to wear masks all day long at schools and stuff like that. But it's just weird. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like we're going to get to a point where people will just not wear them anymore. But I don't know. I kind of got used to it now. I feel weird. Like there was.
No, I don't like brushing my teeth, so now I'm like, oh, brush my teeth again.
Oh yeah. See, I was just the same way. I went to my dentist the other day, just a few days ago, and I got my teeth cleaned tonight because I had to wait like a year to get it done because like they didn't take one forever, and then I was just like one of those things where. When my son had that accident, I think I talked about that, where he went down the slide and hit his head and knocked one of his front teeth out. And so they had to like literally knock the whole thing out, and I had to drive him to they jammed it back in there and wired it back in, and thank God it took. Yeah, it was pretty. Wow. It was
traumatizing.
But yeah, I mean, like I said to him, I knew. Because my son, is all, I think I shouldn't say all, but like as a lot of young boys are, they're mama's boys, and they like mom's the one that when they get hurt they run to, and so I drove to the school at 1,000 miles an hour, and my wife called the dentist and said, can you get him in? And they weren't even open, but the dentist drove to his office and got somebody in there to help him, and so then. I picked him up and he, of course, comes out and his blood's pouring out of his mouth, and he's got an ice pack and he's got like basically a cup with milk and the tooth in it, and I took that. And then, I remember I was driving and I was like, dude, don't worry about it. We'll fix it. It'll be fine. But I said, the dentist office is like 2 blocks from our house. And I said, the dentist isn't there yet. He won't be there for another, 10 minutes. I said, do you want to go home and see mom, or do you want to just go and wait in the parking lot? And he was just like, just take me to the parking lot. He was just like, he was just like, nope, just get me to the dentist right away. So I knew then he was in pain or he was scared, but no, he's fine now. So I mean, but that was a pretty traumatic moment. And to this day, I think something happened because his like best friend at school got home and he told his parents about it. And then his parents, and like, I'm actually weirdly, his dad used to be my boss when I worked at US Bank. So it's just like one of those things where it's like weird connection, how that happened. But he said, like he texted me, he's like, hey, how's Caleb doing? And I was like, thanks for asking. He's like, yeah, Bryson came home and he said he was so sorry about what happened. He said it wished it happened to him instead of Caleb. And I was just like, really? And I was just like, that's nice for him to say, but I mean, and then I've asked them both. I was like, are you sure you guys weren't monkeying around on the slide? You weren't like trying to see if you could stand and run down the slide? And every single time I asked, no, I was just sliding down normal and I hit my head along the side, And it's just like that one will, for the rest of his life, I'm always gonna wonder. And he's only he's only 9, so it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's just gonna be one of those things where he'll forget, right? He'll forget what the true story was. They're probably, let's see if we can somersault down together or something, And
Yeah. I think it is probably ingrained in boys that there's other ways to use slides than what they're created for. Like there's a million ways to use them.
Oh, head first,
Yeah,
with
climbing
rocks,
up,
rocks
climbing up
in
the
your mouth.
underside, climbing up the top side.
It's just boys and men do dumb shit. It's not, you get dared to do something or something stupid like that,
or you see another kid do it and pull it off successfully, and you're like, I was telling, I remember, so when I was a kid, I remember, and I think about this now, and my body hurts just thinking about it. The way that the cool swings on my playground when I was a kid, when I was my son's age, it was basically like a dome like this, and you probably and so there was a circle and then there were 4 swings, and they were like all facing, so you could swing facing out and you could swing back and forth, or you could face in and you could swing back and forth in like this. And so people would do that, and you try to kick each other's legs when you go down. You try to time it perfectly so you could do that. And like on each side there were like these poles that if you could climb up the poles, and you could climb up to the very top of it, you could just sit on top of this dome basically. And it was, it wasn't like, I mean, in my mind it's like 20 feet high, but I'm sure it was like, 9-10 feet high. For a kid it was huge, right? But the thing is what we would do, like the one thing is that when you try to swing as high as you can and then let go when you reach the top, so you kind of fly up in the sky, and then for that like millisecond you're weightless, and it just feels cool. Like you're hanging in midair, like you're not going up anymore, and you're not falling anymore, and it's like just for a split second, like you even out, and like you live for that. But the thing was, for some reason, the company that put this up had this like 4-foot chain or 3-foot chain that dangled from the very center of it. So what you do is you and then you let go, and then you grab that chain and then pull yourself up to the top. That was what we do over and over again. You tear up your hands, and just like we did it. I must have done that 100 times. And the idea of doing it now, like all the cuts and all the creases that I got on my hands, I did it. But at the time I was dumb. And there were so many kids that would grab it, they'd miss it, and they'd fall on their back, and they start crying, and you'd laugh at them, and but but we just kept doing it because we were dumb.
And the older you got, the dumber you got.
Your play set is way more complicated than anything we had. That sounded really cool.
Yeah, no, it was pretty awesome. I loved it. Hey, Aldi.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Scott.
Hi.
No,
Well, sorry, I had a grievance that I wanted to give. It's really quick.
It doesn't involve bus lanes, Scott. We're cool.
It doesn't involve bus lanes. It's just
Doesn't involve what?
I like
bus lanes?
Picking up or dropping off kids at school.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, geez, shut up. Anyway, so
Live for those.
I had to go and get a Mylar balloon, right? So I went to these, like, you see, like a Party City store, like a Party City store or whatever. Like everybody knows what you're talking about. They sell gift wrap and all kinds of stuff. And I was in a bit of a rush because I needed to get it for my wife, who was going to a baby shower, right? And she was with me, and she's like, which one of these 2 things should I get? And I said, get that one. And she's like, I'm going to get the rest of the stuff. Can you go and pay for this and get them to fill it? And I was like, you bet. And so I went to this like center, like, I don't know, like the balloon central that was like right in the middle of the store. And I approached, and there's 2 women there, and they were filling balloons. And I walked up, and one of them looked at me, and I had this balloon, the package of the balloon in my hand. And I said, can I get this filled? And she said, and she goes, you need to go over there. And I was like, that's weird. Like, why do I need to go over there? They were pointing over the cash register. And I was just like, and I said, it's like, do I pay now? Or I was like, you going to pay for it and come back? And then she was like, no, you need to, like, she got snooty with me. She was like, no, you need to go over there and they'll fill it for you. We're busy. And I was like, okay, whatever. You know, just like
Sorry.
fine, you know, whatever. And so then I went over there, paid whatever it was, the $5 for the balloon or whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. And I said, will you fill it? And there and then she said, we don't have any helium here. You'll have to go over to the back to there. And I was just like, okay.
What kind of balloon central is this?
so I
Where I
walked
can't
back
get a
over.
balloon nor helium.
So I walk back over there, and it was just like, and I walk up, and as I said, we were in kind of a hurry, and I kind of looked over to my side, and I saw my wife with our kids, and she was just like, we need to go in because she needed to get to the baby shower. It was going to be soon. And I walked up and I just said, excuse me. I said, I'm kind of in a rush. I was like, they told me you have to fill this. And the same lady, like, snatches it out of my hands, takes out the balloon, and starts to go through the process of filling it. And like, and I'm just staring at her. I'm like, just staring daggers at her. Cause I was like, you were being a snot to me, telling me I had to go somewhere else. And then you were wrong. And I'm just, all you had to say, you know, it's like, oh man, we've just been so busy here. I am sorry. You were right. I need to fill this. I apologize. That's all you have to say. But no, she couldn't. She couldn't say anything like that, anything at all. She just like, and then like haphazardly tied the thing to it and just kind of threw the balloon in my direction and just wouldn't meet my eyes. I was just like, oh.
What brings that out of people? What do you do?
He talks.
I want to just be
them.
like the fly on the wall to see the interaction, because I want to see, like, you know, because people don't just do that automatically.
Just say you're sorry.
Are you saying that Lance is asking for it?
I don't know. Well, we only get half the story.
That's true.
And we get a lot of them.
It's just a running theme.
She did seem pretty mean though.
Innocent Lance.
Or doe-eyed Lance.
No, and here's
Just
the
wants a
deal.
balloon.
Here's the deal. As we're leaving, and I've got this, and so my wife's laughing because I'm just fuming, and I'm holding this giant mylar narwhal, like smiling narwhal balloon, and I'm just fuming angry, just like I was just like, you know, I was not using, you know, kind language. I was talking like a sailor, and I was pretty pissed off about it. And then she's like, holy cow, what did you do to her to piss her off? And I was just like, see, it's not me. I didn't do anything.
It's probably something like you're arresting like bitch face or something. You know what I mean? Like you got like something that probably puts people on the defensive right away. No?
Just I wanted to like,
Yeah.
Oh, and then the other. I remember this other one. And I wrote a freaking email. I always get angry about things.
BGG camera gonna follow with a camera, so
and then I'm like, I'm gonna write an email. I'm gonna write an angry email about this.
Email.
And then by the time I get home, I'm like, screw it. You know, just like, but this time I actually did, because this one really pissed me off, because I was at there's a grocery store right near our house, and in the like deli section, there's like a third party like sushi like company that's there, that you know, it's like they like, and I know they're like, they have a catering service in town as well. And I've met the gentleman who because he's always giving away free samples. He's like, would you like a free sample? And I'm just like, no, I don't. And he's Korean, and he's super nice. And like, I know that, like, I think all of his employees are Korean as well. And he like, but I mean, I don't like sushi, but he's always like, oh, hey, you know, it's like, he always sees me, and I'm always eating something that I don't like. You know, I'm like, oh, you like? No, I don't like sushi. I always know. It doesn't matter. I was there on a Sunday.
Eat the egg. Everybody likes the egg.
So I'm there on a Sunday, and I had to go to the deli because I was going to be making, it was Sunday night wrestling pay-per-view. My son and I make pizzas, and I wanted some good salami to put on my pizzas, and so I was going to go to the deli, and I was going to get some salami slices. And so I was sitting there, and the thing is, they pre-package like a lot of the cold cuts. And so that they're all put in front of it. And I always just hate to make somebody slice something if they don't have to. So this lady comes over and she says, can I get you something? And I was like, actually, here, I'm just going to take a look at this, what you have here. And if I need something, I'll let you know. And so I'm looking through the things, and I'm not finding any salami, and I'm like, annoyed that I felt bad. I should have just said, hey, cut me some salami or whatever, but she didn't. I didn't. And so I look up, and I noticed that there's some like lady from the front of the store, and she's not wearing like a uniform. She's got her own thing, and she's got like something manager on her little thing, Jill, and it said, and she's back there, and she asked the deli, the person that I was dealing with, she said, are you guys in charge of the sushi? And she's like, no. And she pointed to this guy that's there. Cool. And he's busy prepping these sushi plates, and he's just putting them together. And she walks over to him, and she starts just like, she's like, so, she's like, starts telling him, and she's like, so the printer you're using, she's like, that you're using to put your labels on it, it isn't dark enough, so we can't use our machines to bring up the prices of your sushi. And so I've talked to these people, and I know that like the English is a second language to them. So like, and this guy is like working the 9 o'clock morning Sunday shift. So I'm pretty sure he's not the guy who owns this little co-op thing that's in this thing. So he's just trying to follow what she's saying. And he's like, okay, and then, so she, like, as every, I hate to say dumb bee, does when she can't figure, I'm going to talk louder and slower to you because then you'll understand my English more. And like, just starts berating this guy. Your printer doesn't work.
Oh, no.
It needs to. I was just like, what the hell? And then I was like, holy cow, what is your problem? And then I look over there, and then she's like, and the guy's like, okay, no, you need to fix it. I was just I'm just feeling my anger rise. And then the woman that works at the deli is like, I've told them, they don't listen.
What a nightmare.
I'm going to murder somebody.
You don't have many multilingual culture there, do you? Or do you?
No.
No, like here in Dallas is like half Spanish, right? So it's like
no. I mean, and the thing was, and that was just like,
you don't understand language. Just talking louder and slower does not help.
And it was just like one of those things where I was just like, I just like, she's like, did you need help? I was like, no, I don't need anything. I was just like, I was just, so yeah, when I got home, I was like, haven't got a response.
To the grocery store?
Yeah, I emailed the grocery store and said, look,
did you respond? You read it?
Jill and Jody are a-holes.
I mean, here's the thing, it's just stupidity, right? Can't fix that. Okay.
Got a point, Scott. Yeah,
no, but I mean, like, so, I'm trying to remember when I was in Germany, like I was talking to somebody, and they were speaking to me in German, and I just did the whole nodding and smiling thing, and I'm like, wow, that's so natural to do, and like, just I don't.
My brother-in-law does it all the time, and he's straight from Poland. Yeah.
Well, that's why maybe the louder and slower might. I don't speak any other language, so.
You can't nod along when you're in India and Nepal because they don't nod to say yes to do this.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
They kind of talk with their head.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're like,
I used to work with a guy who's from Nepal.
Nepalese manche. Yeah, I actually learned that language a little bit for a while, and then, as with every language, I forget it because I'm bad.
Yeah.
But it has the best word in any language, in my opinion, which is the word for colorful, and it's rangi changi.
Rangi changi?
Well, that's fun.
I want to make a game called Rangi Changi just because that word needs to be popularized.
Yeah.
Someone should name a game after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do they? What's that festival of color game that just came out recently?
Holy.
Holy, yeah.
Oh.
Should have used Rangi Changi.
Yeah.
It is.
Although Holy is the name of the festival, right?
I don't know if
I want to do someday. You douse yourself in colored paint, right?
That sounds like a really cool theme.
Yeah. I haven't played it.
Anyway, let's maybe, now that does anybody else have a grievance? I mean, I was just
sorry to steer towards board games, Lance. Apologies there.
No. I mean, so then we can maybe, if nobody else has a grievance, we could probably ask if anybody's played any games lately.
I have a grievance and a game.
All right, what's your grievance?
Well, it's a grievance for my stupidity. and not reading the rule book properly. But like, there's
Ah.
this game called Destinies that's just come out. Have you heard of it?
Mm-hmm.
From Lucky Duck. And it's
Mhm.
it's really easy to miss. And a lot of times with these games, I just set them up and just start playing. Like it's an adventure game. It has an app. It talks you through it. However, it does not tell you to look at the back of a card when you deal out these you put these character cards and each person takes one. It says take the card. Okay, I got the card. And believe me, this is me a grievance for me just as much as the game. It doesn't tell you to check the back of it, but you're supposed to have 2 destinies. And I thought, oh, you're supposed to kind of just figure it out, right? You're not supposed to know. Well, that's not the case. You are supposed to
Look on the back of the
imagine
card.
playing the game without knowing what you're supposed to do for like 90% of the game. And then at the end,
Aw.
as we're putting it away, we're like, one of them flipped over and I'm like, what is that on the back of that card? Oh, there's my destinies. That would have been really good to know like 2 hours ago. Anyway,
Oh, bummer.
so it's a grievance about me. And the app. The app should have said, take your card and
Look at the
read
back.
the back to yourself secretly because you're supposed
Well,
to.
they can update the app.
supposed to
They
keep
can
it-
fix that.
Yeah, they can fix that. But here's the deal: I can't be the only one that has done this.
Well, when we were playing Targi for the first time, we didn't know that the explanation for the little cards that go around the
Yes.
grid have the explanation on the back.
Oh,
So we
yeah,
were
yeah,
looking everywhere for that.
yeah. So the
And
symbol,
it just didn't occur to us that there was more information on the back. So
little
we've done that
usability.
too.
Yeah.
I mean, we had fun, kinda, and we sort of stumbled over the finish line, like randomly.
Kinda. That sounds
Well, there was
encouraging.
a clue. So there was a real interesting clue. It said, "Oh, you've buried one of your relics. Only one more to go." Oh, and then I'm like, "Oh, that must be a destiny." Like you're supposed to bury a relic in the crossroads. The game is cool. It's like it's a competitive Mansions of Madness, if that makes sense. And the skill system is really cool. Like you have a bar graph on your board with 1 to 12, I think. Yeah, 1 to 12. And with a pip, like you have a little marker for each value of your skill.
Right.
And then you roll your dice, and you can roll multiple. You can add them together and stuff. And then anything underneath that number that's got a pip in it gives you a success. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So if I have like a 2, a 5, a 7, and a 12, and I roll all my dice and I get like an 8, so my 7, my 5, and my 2 are successes, but the 12 is not, right? 'Cause
Oh,
it's outside of the range.
Is
So
this
3
a
successes.
Is this a campaign game?
Yes
Okay.
and no.
Mhm. No.
It's Mansions of Madness, but the base box comes with 1 standalone adventure, which we finished eventually. We would have finished it like a whole lot earlier if we had known what we were doing to do. Because we're just stumbling around like, what's my like it'll say each character you come across, they ask you about your destiny, right? And so based on what character you are, it'll tell you something like obscure, but sort of like now knowing my destiny makes sense.
Yeah.
At the time, we kind of didn't understand what it meant. So some of them made sense, but some of them did. And then, so it's competitive, and like the first person to finish their destiny wins.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of cool. But I didn't know it was competitive. I was hoping for co-op.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you did.
No, I did
Yeah,
not know.
but that was
Here's
a
the thing.
shock.
With Kickstarters, I don't even hardly. I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I just like, oh, that looks cool. Buy, click buy, forget. 3 years later, it shows up, right?
Me too.
Then
I
I'll
do
figure it
not
out.
read rule books
Mhm.
and do that much research unless it's super expensive,
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of content for Destinies. I hope it does well. It's an interesting system, and it seems like it has they put out an authoring system, so you can make your own adventure from what it has. And it's pretty generic. Like it's a program. Like most of the plot is it's the barcode system. Like what's the other one they did? Chronicles of Crime, where you scan things to find stuff out.
Yeah.
So you could probably just make your own from all the stuff they've got. And it's got like 100 items in the game and like 50 map tiles. So you could make your own whatever.
I have a
It has
question.
potential.
So Scott, being a developer yourself, do you think in this future hybrid that's happening of like you have to have the app and the board game, do you feel like the people who develop those games have to have the app developing skills to really be able to implement it correctly and test it properly and stuff?
Well, I think the right answer is make it so easy that anyone can do it, right?
Yeah.
Like when I looked at the This was it was a couple of years ago now. What's the name of that app system that was going to make tutorials for games?
Diced.
They're still doing it.
Diced. Yes, Diced.
Diced, and they're still doing it.
And I saw their app flow, and it looked really hard. And then I'm like, maybe it could be made easier. But it was like you're making a video game. Like it was using Unity, which is a video game engine, or an engine to make video games, not necessarily a video game engine. But I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. But I don't know how many people are gonna have the wherewithal to make a rule book with it.
Yeah.
But if they make it easy enough, anyone can do it, right? Like it's all about like the UI.
Yeah.
And like if it's like drag and drop and stuff, maybe a little, that kind of, and you don't have to code. Like the coding, if you have to script, then you cut off like half or 3/4 of the people, because that's like one step too complicated. But you could always find somebody to script, right? Like that's how Tabletop Simulator is these days, right? People are like, can anybody help me script this game? Oh yeah, there's plenty of people out there that will help you script the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, if any, I'm telling you right now, the guy that we have for Grey Fox, Jerry, he's a genius, and he works cheap. So if you're out there, and you need somebody.
And if I was the owner / runner of Lucky Duck, I would make those resources available, right? Like if you want that game to be really the thing, like.
It's interesting. Board games having mod support now.
Yeah.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, when we made our video game in the 90s, we were like, if anybody makes mods and needs help, let me know. Like, write me. I'll help you through it. And that was 95.
What was the video game? I'm in the dark on this one.
Sin.
Sid?
SIN. Yeah.
Sin. Okay.
It had us we wrote a incredibly complex scripting engine, but really easy to do stuff if you kind of knew what you're doing, right? Like, but it was very, when I say complex, not complex, what's the word? More like not hard to understand, but like hard to use. I don't know.
Well, back then, and a lot of
it had complexity, and you could do tons of things, but you had to dig into it, right? Like it was, yeah. Anyway.
I actually have several new games I played.
Yay.
Host getting us back on track.
So did I.
No. I mean, no.
Well, I mean, are we going around the table, or should we?
Well, okay. So Mosaic, which I need to still do my video for. Thera, which is a game that's.
Is that more than dudes on a map, please?
Yeah, can we stop and talk about Mosaic? Because I just put a bunch of money at it. I kind of want to hear your thoughts.
Well, you'll have to wait for the video. I can't just give it away.
You can click.
Come on.
He ain't gonna shake his money maker for nothing.
What is Mosaic? Is that? I don't think I've.
Oh yeah, bring it up.
Heard anything about it?
Oh,
the screen thing.
Fine, just give me a second here.
It sounds like something I would like.
Jeremy was all about it.
Well, Glenn Drover. Okay,
Depend. Do you like Risk? Is it like Risk, or yes or no?
No.
Is it like?
I mean,
I was not picturing that at all.
On its most base. On its most.
Oh, I think I have seen pictures of it.
On its most base, like process. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Here, I gotta share my screen. Hold on.
Right. I have dudes. I move my dudes into your location. We fight.
No.
No, not that. Oh,
there
well,
you
that's
go.
Okay.
That's
yeah, it looks like Greek, right?
It's very non-combat-y, though. It's very much more about.
Oh, well, that's good. I want more civilization, less combat.
Yes,
so
I think it is.
So Glenn Drover's by his own statement, he says that Age of Empires 3, which then became, what did he change the name to? When he
I know what you're talking about. I can't remember.
Something Discovery.
Age of Discovery.
Age of Discovery, which so he did Age of Empires 3, which was based on the computer game, but did a civilization game that was called Age of Empires 3. And then when basically the computer game license kind of just ran out or whatever, he went back in and Eagle Griffin did a super wubby ramped up version of it called Age of Discovery, which is a really, really good Civ game. I mean, it has one flaw where the last turn is pointless because
that's like a flaw.
What?
That's
the last turn is
Well, the last turn is so you spend so this is just my opinion of Age of Discovery. You spend this great time building up your empire, doing all these cool things, and then like the last turn, because you know it's going to end, like basically there's one thing to do that'll basically get you the most points, and everybody just does that, and everybody just kind of wraps up the game doing the exact same thing.
Is that
So-
like eggs in Wingspan, Lance?
Dude, I mean,
Don't start, Scott.
I know. I'm just
why? Why do you just
Shush.
you.
throwing
Shush,
some in the
you
water?
know he's
And-
tightly
and
wound.
the thing is that you know what? There are thousands of people who play Wingspan who agree with me. So what? We're all wrong. We're all wrong.
I'm just messing with you, Lance.
I just
The majority says yes,
Although,
so you're
from what I
wrong.
heard, the expansion fixes it. Fixes that.
well. So
See, there's no
meaning that
problem now.
Okay, so meaning that there was a problem.
Well, it maybe not a problem. For
So
some.
so what was the grievance with Wingspan that you just get eggs?
Oh, please.
the end.
it's a superior
painful.
strategy.
If you focus on eggs, you will win more often than you lose. Will you win every single time? No, but will you put yourself in a position to win more often than not? Yes.
Well, you put all your eggs in one basket, though, so sometimes you're going to lose.
Sounds like a good
The
strat.
fox comes in, yeah.
You know, well, as
I haven't
as-
played it enough to disagree. So
I've never played it.
Well, here's the expansion apparently fixes that.
thank
Okay.
goodness.
I have not
heard-
played the
I-
expansion yet.
I have heard that.
Thank
Yeah.
goodness
That's
for the
awesome.
hatchery. Anyway, all right.
All right, what did Ryan Schoon say about it? Oh, we got another thing to talk about.
Right, satisfied. Stands at the top of the civilization game genre.
What does it say?
It stands
Top.
on top of the civilization game genre.
Wow, that's
Man-
strong. That's some strong statements. That's
Stands on
bold.
top of it.
That's a bold statement.
This
Yes.
was when Man vs. Meeple still had a Jeremy in it.
I was going to say we should talk about that actually.
Still
We
had
should get
two-
Jeremy on. We should get
It's-
Jeremy on.
I've been asking him. He's been busy. So
He's
The
not-
only reason this was on my radar was because Jeremy went on Facebook and like went out of his way to blast how good this game was and that you should buy every single thing involved in it.
What's Jeremy?
Jeremy Howard.
Okay.
so Jeremy Howard, but
Salinas.
Jeremy Salinas has left.
Yeah, I know
Man vs. Meeple.
Salinas. Yeah.
The man has left a meeple.
Yeah.
That's not fair. There's a lot of they're all
Yeah.
great.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I just
Oh, he started.
What did Rado say?
just
'Cause he doesn't really
remind
like
me
it,
of
the
Terraforming
conflict.
Mars. The overall
Okay.
game is not the same as, but I felt there was a bit of kinship between the games. I'll say this: I'm looking.
Oh,
at
that's
the team
Shay.
album.
That was a
Wow.
long quote.
That's Shay.
It's Shay. It's different.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why would Rado
I mean-
do this game?
Yeah, I don't think you would.
Yeah.
Well, it's got solo.
It's definitely the most meaty game. It's the meatiest game he's come out with after he started up Forbidden Games.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
those
Okay.
are more of the
Yeah.
family level.
It is dudes on a map. I mean, when I saw this, I immediately thought of
Madeira.
You know what this
No.
looks like? No, it looks like
the Civ game that
Yes.
the first
the
Civ.
ma-
there's
the,
this-
no, the nose the horse's nose. The Mare Nostrum.
Mare
Oh
Nostrum,
yeah,
Yeah, Mare
That's-
Nostrum.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
which
Well,
is a
it's the same
fantastic
part of the
game.
world.
Mare
Yeah.
Nostrum is
Yeah,
awesome.
it is a good game.
I disagree, but whatever.
Well, you're wrong.
We can
Anyway.
debate that later.
Yeah.
No, this looks cool.
Yeah, no, the game's really good. I mean,
I wanna see if it's
there's
really
enough-
If it's
Two
if it's really a 2-hour game.
Yeah,
there's
that's-
enough tech tree. There's enough build stuff going on.
This looks like an easy 3.
You feel like you're creating something. You feel like you're you feel like you're on a journey. You feel like you're telling a story. And it ramps.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You have monuments too.
Yep.
Yeah.
So then it it has the wonders. and
Wonder-
things like
oh,
that.
Wonder.
No, I mean
Oh,
this
yeah.
is.
Well, it
it's-
should have been Civilization, the board game. But I mean,
Maybe.
obviously that license is hard to get.
So
Yeah.
no, I mean it's good stuff. I mean it's it's got dudes on a map, obviously. You think
So,
about Glenn.
yeah.
Think about
Those
Glenn.
miniatures are really nice.
Well, these are renders, so you never know.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
see.
they're three.
Gotcha.
They're
But I'll say this.
I
I'll say
want
this.
They
them to
look
be
nice.
nice.
Yeah.
They
We'll
look
see if
nice
they're
here.
limpy.
So Glenn is a huge miniature wargaming guy. When I was a personal guest at his home,
Yeah, fancy.
like he showed me his room of his armies, and like I mean it's like Flames of War and Warhammer and like ancient Greece and things like that. It was all over the place. So I mean, so there was no way on earth this game wasn't going to have minis and things like that. I like the fact that they just did weekly unlocks. I don't think we're ever going to do something at Great Fox. I don't think we're ever not going to just do this. Where
The
it's
weekly.
just- Yeah,
Yeah.
you just have
Daily.
scheduled unlocks. You know,
Ooh, David Turtzi solo mode.
Ooh.
the David Turtzi.
Week
I know.
2.5. Oh, that's the.
But he
poster.
doesn't look like that. He's got more definition.
Space efficient.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that one was weird to me.
That is
Picture,
like we don't want to design a good board. We're gonna download. We gotta unlock it.
like their player boards are like look really big, like excessively big for how little actual minutes.
So one of the things that he did was, if you played like Raccoon Tycoon, the first player token is this giant raccoon. It's absolutely like ridiculously huge. There's no reason for it to be as big as it is, but that's just kind of like what they've started to do with Forbidden Games. Is they just start doing that. So they're gonna have another giant first player token, which I think is cool. Squirt, grapefruit soda, baby. Grapefruit soda.
Is that diet?
No, I can't find Diet Squirt in my town anywhere. But man, grapefruit soda, baby. Hey, Spot UV on box cover.
Fresca is the grapefruit diet soda. Spot
Fresca's good.
UV. Come on.
Spot UV is.
Where's the sleeve?
Shut your mouth. People like sleeves.
I don't.
I
didn't say Scott Alden likes sleeves. I said people like sleeves. No, it's a good game. It's very fun.
Where's the gold leaf sleeve?
Yeah.
How many days left?
Hey, Alex, 20 days.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
Well, cool. It looks good. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will find one little thing about it that I don't like, and I won't play it
ever again.
No, I mean, I'm just for some reason like keep coming into these big games like this with one flaw that I feel is like I can't get past it.
Really?
So I and then I have a what is it? I have.
Maybe time for a break, Scott.
I played a game called Thera, which is a game that's coming. I forget which company it is. They just asked me to play it and give them my thoughts on it. I played a game called Thera that it has the whole it has kind of like an action selection like rondel like Puerto Rico kind of, where you pick the one thing, and then depending upon the number of discs that are on that thing, you get certain powers for doing that, and then everybody gets to follow your action after you choose. And then you drop the discs around, and so you populate the other options that are there. So then the next person gets to take an action, and depending upon the number of discs and other action, they get to do that. So that was, and the whole idea behind the game is that it's when Mount Vesuvius erupted, and your area of the world is covered in ash, and so now you're trying to like basically reclaim the area and like clear out the ash and build up your like basically you have this little chunk of the town. And you're trying to build these resource gathering buildings, but also trying to like earn enough resources so you can build like the prestige buildings that have powers, but also score you the big points. It was just a cool little puzzle game, because the thing is, the one thing I really liked about Thera, and I think they're launching on Kickstarter in June sometime, but the thing I really liked about Thera was that, like a lot of games, it's like you earn your resources. And it's like, oh, okay, I got 3 stone, I'm going to make that building. Well, no, because each person has like their own player board that has multiple little spots where you can put things. And depending upon where you put things on the board, they can earn more points. So like you want to build this cathedral on this spot because it'll be worth, like instead of worth 4 points, it's going to be worth 12. So you want to build it there. But you need to get the resources. You have to do the process of carting the resources to that spot so you can actually build it. But the ash from the explosion is like clogging up all these different ways you can go, so you can't move fast unless you take actions to move the ash out of the way, and there's all kinds of things like that. So every like turn's a little puzzle, and it's just kind of fun. And I mean, and yeah, it's a tend your own garden kind of thing. You don't really mess with anybody else. You're just trying to figure out your own little thing. But I found it fun. No, nothing wrong with that. It definitely hit all the little like, oh, I feel smart now moments where it's like where you figure out, oh wait, if I take that action, I can do this, and if I do that, now all of a sudden I can build that cathedral, and I feel smart now because I pulled that off. So, I mean, I think I usually end up calling those games like efficiency games. Like, can I score my points faster than you? And do a better job of scoring them. Yeah. So, and I mean, it's a game that it's like I told them, it's like, what do you think of the game? And I said, this is a game that because it's pretty simple, it's pretty easy to figure out. if I was walking by a table at a convention, somebody said, "You want to sit down and play?" and I had an hour, I'd sit down and play. I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, cool, let's play it." And which I guess that's as close to a 9 as you get from me. So, because I hate most games.
I wish it wasn't called Thera.
What do you?
Well,
It's
named
reminding me
after-
of Thera. I know there's an island, right, called Thera.
Yeah,
but
it's that's the name of the island that's
Wow.
that company, Theranos.
Oh, yeah.
Remember the name of that company?
Oh, Theranos,
The
yeah.
one that what they were gonna do.
Yeah, the blood thingy.
The blood tests.
Oh,
That was an insane story.
No,
Oh, yeah,
here's the
Oh,
other
yeah.
crazy thing. So this like last 2 weeks, it was like all these big giant Kickstarters finally are like delivering their stuff to me.
Oh my god, you don't even know.
I got my Merchant's Cove.
Yep.
I got
5 boxes.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
my
wow. That's crazy.
They're not that. That's the smallest one.
yeah.
Wow.
What's been delivered?
I got my Destinies.
That's like
Um,
5 or 6 boxes.
Yeah, I got my Swords and Wizardry Collector's Edition like books. It's an RPG thing, but it was like
Ooh.
something I backed from forever ago, and I got those, which I'm excited about. I get Oath tomorrow.
I'm excited to try that.
I've just been hammered with like all these like things that have been like waiting. The Blacklist miniatures vault like their first big box of miniatures when like you backed it for like $60 and you got like 100 minis or whatever. That comes in like first week of June. So it's like all these things are.
Did
just
you
like,
back Akko? OKKO?
No, I did not. Why?
That's
Should
way
I
too
have?
many boxes.
Way
Did
too
you
many?
did you back Drunagor or the something to Drunagor?
Yeah, it's
Well,
been
here-
insane. I got
well, here's
Drunagar,
the deal.
Assassin's
Here's the deal.
Creed.
It's so ridiculously
So
huge.
I'm not gonna say one thing or another, but like I did a video for that guy, and the game was fun and it was cool, and I emailed him once like a month and a half ago because I saw there was a video somebody had a copy of it, and it must have been like the first preprint copy of it, right? And I just said, hey, I see that's hitting, and you told me you'd give me a copy of the game, and I just haven't heard from you, and it's been a long time, whatever. And I just said, so I mean, the email was like, so are you still sending me a copy? And I said, I mean, do you need me to pay for the shipping? And then he emailed me back because I even responded to the same email chain where he said, oh, thanks very much for the video. I'll make sure you'll get a all-in copy of it when you get it. And I was like, cool. And then I was just like, so I responded to that same thing, and he's like, he sent me a 1-sentence response. I don't have the games yet. I was like, that doesn't answer.
I got
anything.
mine.
Yeah. Well, you got yours?
Yeah, it's delivered.
Which game?
Drunagor.
Chronicles of Drunagor?
How do you pronounce
Wait a
that?
second, you got stiffed by them?
No,
I don't
Lance might get stiffed by them. It's
I
not
might.
done yet.
I'll email him again. I mean,
Yeah.
and if he doesn't send it to me, oh well, big whoop. It's not like it's the first time or the last time it'll happen. So I mean,
it happens to you so often. I'm trying to think of a way to fix it.
I mean, my process in general is if I've been told I'm getting a game, when the pledge manager opens up, I usually ping them. I usually ask. I don't wait.
Do you want me to put in a thing here and to remind you, or yeah?
That's what I usually do. As soon as I get the email, because I always pledge for $1 on these things, always to make sure. And then I get the Kickstarter update saying, hey, pledge manager open. And I'll be like, hey, John, blah, blah, blah. Just, here's my email for the pledge manager. I pledged it $1. Let me know what to do there.
well, that's why you Facebook messaged me.
That's why I Facebook messaged you as soon as I got the PM thing. Yeah,
Yeah, I removed your credit, by the way. You don't have anything.
cool. But no, I'm not going to chase people and give them a hard time. But I find for most people, they just forget. It's not ill will. And the problem is, when later down the road, now
it's
they have no extra
100%.
copies.
Yeah, it's 100% that.
Yeah.
And as I said, what's the big deal? Who cares? I mean, it's just like it'd be just
It's
another
another
game
monstrous game that I doubt we're gonna play.
Yeah, it's another monster.
I want to play it. I mean, it looks awesome.
They won't hit my table ever, and then I'll eventually just give it to somebody.
Yeah.
There was another big one that got delivered. The heck was it?
Are these for you, Scott, or for the library?
A little bit of both.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Like I'll play them and then I'll put them into the library.
Oh, okay.
Like they start here and then they
I figured it was something.
trickle
like
over to the building.
that. Yeah.
Oh, Street Fighters. Did you back Street Fighters? Street Fighter, the mini
No,
Street
I
game?
didn't.
Oh my gosh, it's so giant. Oh, and it's massive. And then trying to think of the game. It's a real-time strategy that was a PC game, World War II, turned into a board game.
Real time?
PC.
Gosh, what was the name of that one? I haven't seen hardly anybody post about it, but it came and it's just
Real time
It's
World War II
heavy.
game?
yeah, real time strategy. It's a World War II real time strategy video.
Band of Brothers?
No.
No, that wasn't real time.
I don't know any real time ones. I'm just guessing World War II now because that's all
I'll
I got.
find it. Don't worry about it. I'll find it. But anyway, it's another just massive huge. I mean, like, what is not massively huge anymore? Like everything's like $100, and
All
Yeah.
crazy.
that's and I think that's kind of the way Kickstarter is now.
I talked about this. When I did my ISIS Vanguard video recently. I was talking about how like you go through the all in. And I was like, if you got up to the all in pledge and you saw it was $500 and you breathed a sigh of relief, then you have to realize you have a problem. And I got like multiple comments. People were like, yeah, I did breathe a sigh. I was like, ISIS Vanguard, that could have been like $800. I was happy it was only 500. I remember the days when 150. I was like, whoa, hey, hold up.
Yeah.
I mean, 150 is what I'm paying for Mosaic, and that's giving me pause. I think it's like I saw the beginning of your video. I didn't get a chance to finish it, but like definitely, it's just about what you get used to.
You get used to it. But like that, one of the things I did for the Mosaic is I pulled up a cart on Miniature Market. I was like, you can get Mosaic, or you can get Terraforming Mars plus Prelude plus what's it called?
I saw you.
Ages.
You
Yeah.
said Marvel United's not worth it,
Going all in's not worth it.
Hmm.
Value wise, it holds its value.
but it's so much stuff.
It's so much stuff. It's $800
Well,
of TV miniatures.
Oh, is it really
That's
800
so
for all in?
crazy.
If you back the first Kickstarter and the second
yeah.
Kickstarter all in, it's $800.
Wow.
That's not okay.
You could buy it.
But let me just be the devil's advocate here.
I
As
can
a
devil's advocate too.
player, 800 ain't so bad. for a bunch of minis, but-
I tried that argument. I pulled it up in the video.
Do you
I
buy
said-
an iPad? I mean, those are 1,000.
I said I gave
Yeah,
a comparison. I said I specifically brought up a bunch of things, including Magic the Gathering, including I didn't do a Warhammer, but I brought up a bunch of things. I said, well, those are all war specs. And I was like, that's a flawed argument. If the only argument I can give is that there are worse ways to spend your money, that does not mean this is a good way to spend your money. It
No,
either
not
is good or
necessarily,
not
'cause
good.
it depends on how much you play it. Like if you're all about, yes, I
That's
think
reasonable. That's
if you
reasonable.
put it in your board game collection and you play it as frequently as you do any other board game, you're probably right.
The
whereas,
person
like,
who
yeah.
the person who plays every single miniature from both Kickstarters, that person can absolutely justify their $800 payment. Most people are not going to play every single miniature and every single boss and that stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to go through a bunch of the content. I'll play more
I
of
mean,
that content.
I'm loving the game.
It's a lot of fun.
$800 worth. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's
Company
the
of
thing.
Heroes. Company of Heroes is the name of that game.
Company of
So-
Heroes. Oh,
The whole Marvel United thing, I saw in your video, Alex, you had 3 boxes. And at
that's
our game night,
condensed.
that's condensed. Okay.
That's condensed.
But I played my friend's copy last week and it was just
it's
the
one
medium box.
Yeah.
So is that the game? Is that the entirety of the game? What
The
we
single
played? Or
box,
is there
that's it?
more content than that?
There's
Like
more.
I'm not talking about minis, but like
If
is
you
there
had
more
just the
game?
like 8 heroes and 3 villains, that's the base game box you can buy for $29 at Walmart or whatever it is.
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
And
but if
it's jam packed full of content. Like I mean,
Yeah.
you can get by with just that.
Yeah, you could, but I like the mechanics that other things add. I like some of the complexity of the villains. I like having the variety of villains and some of the other escalations. I think the Infinity War gameplay is fun, going through the campaign, which is like an hour-long game. But I think there are other ways to enhance the experience, but you don't need any of it. It's all extra.
Wow. So the $800 is all just extra.
Add-ons.
Extra,
add-on.
extra, hundreds of
Wow.
heroes,
That's
dozens of
crazy.
villains.
Yeah, it's like it's a lot of heroes.
Yeah, a lot
And
of heroes.
a bunch of heroes that are really like niche heroes. Like I never heard of Raccoon Girl before.
Yeah, there's
She's
a lot of
fairly
them.
new.
And
No.
Beta Ray Bill, I had no idea who that was.
Likewise.
So
She's Thor.
I know, but he's a space Thor.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yes.
so it's cool. I mean, it's neat that they're making this, and I hope to God they get the Star Wars one out. Because
Wait, they're doing a
I'm-
Star Wars one?
no, but I'm saying Spin Master has a Star Wars license.
That's fair.
I
Do
think they do.
Oh, Scott, you know what you would love? Destinies.
We already talked about it.
Oh, we did.
I've
Fine.
played it completely wrong, unfortunately.
Oh,
I'm
that's
playing
right. I
it-
saw you. I
I'm
saw
going
your
back
thing.
to I'm going back to playing it again.
He did not love
That
it.
was really
I saw your thing. I forgot about that.
I gotta
Yeah,
play it
Destinies
again.
is great. It's one of the first app games I'm really keeping.
really.
I'm enjoying it a lot.
I wish I had narration.
I don't disagree with that, but I also tend to be the person who skips past it because it's too slow.
But the writing in that game is great.
The writing's great. The app is pretty decent. Were you playing it solo?
No, I had a group.
Okay, so yeah, we played it with a group. We played it with 3 people. I played it both 2 and 3. I'm not sure which I prefer yet because I like the downtime of 2 over 3,
Yeah,
but I
2
like
would
the
be-
interaction.
We played 3.
Yeah, it's
It
fun though.
was still
I
pretty fast, but I was
played-
curious to see what everybody's thing was. So
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't know what the Destinies were, but we kind of tried to figure them out without. What you
So
can
you really
kinda
played the
figure it
game
out.
without flipping over your character.
100%, 100%. We didn't even know the Destinies were on the
That's
card until the
not gonna be
game
the same experience.
over. I know. That's why I
It-
had to play it again.
That turns it more into Seventh Continent, where you have no
It
clue what's
turned it
going
into
on.
where we're just all wandering in the dark at the end.
Yeah,
And one person figured out their destiny and got through it.
yeah, that's not near. But
Yeah,
half the
not
fun of
even
it is
close.
finding these clues, and then some of the player does this, and you're like, oh, wait, I have to head over there because they just had an interaction that talked about something I need to do.
There's
Yeah.
overlapping destinies. No, it's super clever. I see the coolness of it after playing it.
Yeah.
We were all
I
like,
saw
oh,
your
no, we're never
post,
gonna
it's
play this
incredible.
again. And then we're putting it away. We're like, well, that can go right to the library. And I'm like, and we flipped the card over. We're like, holy shit.
Oh.
It's on the back of the card. Anyway, it's just funny. And then of course we're all just like,
That's cool. But past that, yeah, Mosaic, I'm super interested in.
I played
Um,
Rogue Dungeon this weekend too as a solo. It's pure solo dungeon crawl game. Really good. I started buying all the Game Crafter games, the one players.
Mhm.
And there's some pretty I need to make a list or a video or something and talk about each game.
Totally make that video. I think that's an underutilized aspect of board gaming is the Game Crafter library.
Yeah.
Now
Doesn't
there's bad
Forrest
ones.
do that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. Yeah, does he? No, he does. Yeah, he did. He did a video on one of the games I think I bought.
Are there games
was
on
like
Board
the
Game
only-
Geek?
Oh yeah, they're all the games on board.
Okay.
Game. But like, it's hard to get people to talk about them
Yeah.
because I don't think a lot of the main content creators use that system because you pretty much I don't think you can get anything for free.
Yeah.
Not saying you would only get it for free. You know what I mean? Like, but you do have.
No,
and
my
they are
issue-
not cheap. They're like very expensive.
Yeah, my issue with things like that is anything to do with like print and plays or game craft, any of that kind of stuff. Like the audience for them is so small that like you'll put up a video and you'll get a quarter of the views you normally do because nobody cares or heard of it.
There's a couple
Yeah.
games I've played that would totally be not I wouldn't say AAA sellers, but probably like 1A or 2A. You know, like the next level,
Hmm.
where they could probably make $100,000 Kickstarter if they amped it up.
Just shame you don't have a site where they could get more exposure and some guy can make a video on it. Scott.
All right, so not to reel us in here, but one, Jonna, have you played anything new you want to share?
I played Canvas the other week,
Oh yeah. How's that?
and that was cute and pretty. And I almost backed it, but then I decided not to because there's other games. I don't know. There's other games I'd rather play, so I just let it go.
Interesting.
And then I played Space Base for the first time.
Oh, I like
Someone recommended that I try that out, and it's probably, I don't know, I only played it once, but I really, really liked it.
I really like it too.
Yeah.
Did you play just the vanilla base game?
Yeah.
Straight up, yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you did. If it's straight
Yeah.
up, it's just a box, then it's just
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
box,
It was just the base game.
They made a legacy campaign. That's a separate
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
where-
really?
where you yeah, and I've only done the one mission because we played it right before COVID and then just stopped. But the only thing I remember is you swap out cards. So you take a
Okay.
couple cards out of the base set and you put new ones in. So it permanently changes the setup, which is kind of
Oh.
now there was a whole
That's
bunch
pretty
more
cool.
stuff we didn't open all envelopes, right? But
Interesting.
yeah, I
Okay.
do like that game a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was excited to try that. And then we played Marvels and Las Vegas, which is always a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a good game.
So, yeah.
Did you
So,
play the new one or the old one?
the old one?
They have a new one?
That's the one to play.
Yeah, there's
They have a new one.
It's
For
supposed
some
to be good.
reason, it's like $30 more than the original one.
Oh, Las Vegas is like,
It's a Target game.
I love
Yeah.
Las
Oh,
Vegas.
really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a bunch. They put in a bunch of expansions that we already had. They already had, but then there's some new stuff too.
Okay. There's
But just makes it.
expansions
It just
in Yeah.
crumbs it up, right? Like more
Yeah.
stuff to do.
It's so good though. It's like it's worth it,
Yeah, you don't
even
even.
though it's more.
Yeah.
All right.
Good game.
So-
You're on mute,
so-
Ryan.
here we go. We might as well talk about the nominees for Spiel des Jahres. It's supposedly
What are they?
important for a
Spiel.
thing.
What are they?
So
Spiel.
I don't really normally talk about. I talk about Kenner Spiel because that's the only thing I really care about. But we can talk about the other
Spiel
ones.
des Jahres too.
I don't really care about it. Anyway,
Macro. Is it a game? Question mark.
would you just be quiet and let
The
me
answer
do my
would be
thing
no.
here?
If they have to ask.
So this is Kenner Spiel. These are like the heavy games. First, let's talk about
Connoisseur.
the three nominees were Lost Ruins of Arnak, Paleo, and then Fantasy Realms, which I liked Fantasy Realms before it was cool. I mean, seriously,
I
that was
liked
like
it
one
too,
of
but I couldn't get anybody else to like it.
that was like one of my
I
favorite.
I
loved
that,
it.
What was
Yeah.
it? 2018?
Sounds right.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Zev just threw one at me, and he's like, "Play this, you'll love it." And I was like, "All right, cool." And then I played it, and I loved it. And I just Fantasy Realms. If you don't know, it's like basically a game where it's like you either add a card to your hand, or you know basically you're trying to put the perfect combination of cards in your hand before too many cards get laid out,
You
and then
either draft one from the middle or you take one from the top of the deck and then you discard one.
yeah, and
Or
so
keep it, right? Something like that.
yeah, and then basically the players kind of determine how long things last, but depending upon the cards that you have in your hand, they'll work together or they won't. So like you'll have, or they won't do anything to each other, but you'll have cards that'll be like, oh, you have the lumberjack. I mean, this isn't technically a card, but like you have the lumberjack. For every forest card you have in your hand, lose 5 points. And so now you got to, if you want to take the lumberjack for the power that it has, you need to get rid of your forest cards that have the forest icon on it. And so you have to like combine. Fantasy Realms is fantastic. It's just super great.
Red Rising,
and every card is
basically
different. Isn't it like it's like 65 cards and every card is different.
Yeah.
Every single card is different.
There's cards also that like if you get the bell, the candle, and the pentagram, you get 100 points.
Yeah, it's like 100
Oh my
points.
gosh.
It's almost like an instant win condition.
Yeah, I mean, but
Yeah,
but
so-
that doesn't.
But that's
happen.
really hard to happen, and people know it, so they will never give up the bell or the candle or the.
Yeah.
They shouldn't.
So here's my thing. I understand it didn't get translated into German.
It was not on the German market till last year.
Till last year. Same thing with Point Salad, which was a recommended game for Spiel, but whatever. So here it was like, so now all of a sudden, I mean, it is one of those things like I knew that band before they were cool, but it does also kind of like, seriously, why did it take so long for that game to be published in German?
Kids.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the timing of that stuff, right?
it just feels weird. It feels weird that a
I'm
game
actually
that I
really
knew.
surprised that game is on there
Yeah, I mean,
because I think it's good, but over half the people I played with it hated it, which means that like at some point they probably had people that hated it.
Here's the deal. I mean, it is a very German game.
Yeah, it is.
Like as far as like German crowds and playing that is a very it's heavy enough to make you think, but the game is over quickly enough that like you can go on, because you gotta remember, like, you know, and I've been told this. This is like I've sat down with a lot of German people and discussed this with them, but they want their games to like last 20 to 40 minutes and be challenging, but then also be done, right? And that's what Fantasy Realms is. So I think that's probably why they liked it. I don't know. That's just my gut.
Is this the same Fantasy Realms that's akin to Star Realms? Or is it
No,
totally different? Okay,
totally different.
thank you.
And it's got a really, I mean, it's got a dumb name too. I mean, Fantasy Realms is kind of a dumb name for it, but
It's a forgetful.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked it when it came out, but I played it with Lincoln, Nikki, and friends, and none of them liked it. Then I played my game group, and none of them liked it. That's like 6 people.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I was shocked.
But Arnak will win. I mean, that's just of this.
I
What
like
did you
Paleo,
like
man.
about this guy?
I like Paleo as well. So here's the deal. Get
It's just
this.
fun to make combinations. It's just fun to get the combinations. Like you want to get that book, castle, and pentagram, and candle.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You get a scorecard. Like half the scorecards, every card scores points, right? I think in that game. Or loot makes you lose points.
Yeah.
Basic. But if it makes you lose points, it makes you get a lot of points for something else.
Okay.
So you have to play this, and here's the silly thing: Red Rising is almost identical, except Red Rising has a bunch more little gamey things in it. But like the main part of the game is like trying to get your hand to be the best it can be.
Oh,
So what? They like the one
See you,
but not the
Ryan.
other?
got it.
No,
Hey, Evan was
Yeah.
here. We just well, Evan, you want to say hello?
Hello.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good night, guys.
What are you guys gonna do? You gonna go play test something?
Yeah, we're gonna work on the expansion for After Empire.
I thought maybe you had like some sort of like dexterity game with that ladder in the back.
Oh, gosh.
that's for later.
Well, we've got that set up. It's an obstacle course for when you visit.
It's how Evan gets new clients.
Oh, really?
Okay.
It's pretty sweet.
Fall and break
Well-
their back,
All right. Well, it's good to
You're
see
stuck
you.
here, damn it.
Take care.
See you guys.
So
Heard him away.
okay, so the hey Chris, so
Hey, Chris.
but this is a really weird thing where all three things that are nominated for Kenner, I played all three of them. Arnak, Fantasy Realms, and Palo, I played all three, and of those three, I think Arnak.
Yeah, and there's the
I played none.
German. Oh no, Paleo is Hans and Gluck. Hans and
Yeah.
Gluck.
So here's so these are the recommended, and I'm oh look at this.
Bergie.
Santa Claus is here,
That's
everybody.
Hey.
Look at that beard, majestic.
Ah,
Curious or what?
It is.
Are you going ZZ Top on
Want
us?
to lay your head down on there?
yeah.
My grandkids, they just can't get enough of it, man. They grab that baby and hang on for dear life.
It looks like Kenny Rogers.
You got to know when to hold on.
So actually, you know what? We'll just put a pin in Spiel because I mean I don't know how long.
I want to
Kevin
talk about the
has.
Spiel too.
We
The
will
regular.
just put a pin in it. We'll circle back. You know, just
Yeah, I got an early night, by the way. Just
you got a what?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm probably done in 45 minutes.
Oh,
I
yeah.
probably should head out in a few minutes.
Well, Kevin, how many days are left on your Kickstarter?
19 hours. Woohoo!
Staying up.
Crazy,
No
right?
sleep, no sleep for the wicked.
Yeah, I'm pushing every button I know how to push. So
Oh, that's why you're slumming with us, is what you're saying.
no, I just thought, I should just go. I'm already up, and normally at this time of night I'm gone. My life is a 14-hour a day heavy Euro, so my brain is mush at night usually. But I thought, Lance sent me an invite. I'm coming on.
Well, you're at 730 grand. That ain't
Wow,
bad.
that's awesome.
Yeah, ain't bad at all.
No, so here let's just share
Is
it
that-
real quick.
The same as last time or higher? Or
We
lower?
did 578 last time.
Oh, so you're way over.
And we've got about 200 more backers than before. And we have a lot of items that are in our add-ons because we came out with the brand new leg kit. So now you can have a full-blown standing table and
Yeah.
dining covers with the gaming cover for the end and some really cool accessories and some amazing new mats from our great wall mat from Vincent Dutrait and the Cthulhu mat and the Roman theme mat. The pirate mat from Yaroslav is like off the hook. Love it.
Jonna, have you seen this thing?
I have. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
actually the last time I was on. Kevin was
Goes
on.
too.
Okay.
So timing.
How,
That's
how
right.
cool?
Yeah,
How,
yeah, that's
how
right.
cool? How cool would this be that if you had this to do your board game videos on? You know,
That would be pretty sweet. We just invested in a pretty big table though. So lots of
Yeah, but is it a gaming table?
no, but it's a live slab, like
Oh,
cut tree. It's
Ooh.
I
Ooh.
mean, Kevin, your tables are gorgeous, but this table is like something else. And we bought it specifically to play D&D on because it looks like terrain, because it has all the different like patterns from
It's
the
like that.
tree.
The burls and stuff.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
really,
I love
really
that
pretty.
stuff.
Is it still gonna grow since it's alive?
No, it's done. It is
Yeah.
done. It's
just
about.
means it's got the sapwood on it. That's all.
Wouldn't it be great if there was like some leaves popping off of it? But no, it has what is it, resin over the
Yeah.
whole thing?
Yeah.
What
But
kind of wood is it?
That stuff is
I forget.
Is it
actually.
dark
My
or
husband
light?
would know. It's light. It's light, and it actually has like metals, like shards cut like it's cut smooth, but it's where it grew up into a fence. And when they cut the tree, like you can still see that.
Oh, where the fence
Right.
was.
Yeah.
They just filled it, riveted it off, and filled it in.
Mm-hmm.
So
Has it
what
got
you're telling
colors in it, or
telling
is
me
it
is
clear?
this giant tree defied the odds, grew up through a fence.
Look,
but you needed
it
a
wasn't
table.
cut down for the table.
You needed
No.
a table, so it was just
No.
like, get rid of it.
Yes.
No.
I need this in my kitchen.
No,
It's
the thing
survived
is,
for generations.
these slabs
5
of wood.
forest fires.
No. Normally, these slabs of wood, they can't use them because they can't get like straight pieces of wood from them. So normally they're just like junked.
Yeah.
But we got it made at a local furniture maker that's just on the street from us. It's this like Amish owned company, and you can go and pick a slab of wood.
I don't want you. You blame the Amish for this.
We need pictures.
Why they won't know.
You had a forest cleared so you could put your house on it, and you were complaining to her about
like
it.
You're saying
it's very eco-friendly.
Whoa! Time out. You don't know what you're talking about. There's no forests where I live. I mean, you have to be near the river before.
You got the woods
there's no
somewhere,
forest.
Lance. There's a forest missing because of that house.
No, incorrect. So
okay.
Anyway, we can't. I think the table topper would be like our second choice, but we already picked a table out. So.
Well, you can get some cool game mats.
You got to get a game
Yeah,
mat.
we could get a game mat.
I got to
Yeah. Definitely.
Well, you know a guy.
It's gorgeous.
I put down that Vincent Dutrait one, Berkey, the one you sent me.
Oh
Generous.
yeah. Isn't that
It's very,
gorgeous?
Michelle loves it, and she's never said anything like that about this stuff before.
A fun little story about that is Vincent was such a joy to work with. I love this guy. He lives in Korea, and he actually paints on canvas. So when he was designing this for us, or when he was painting it, he actually had a 3-week hiatus where, because of humidity, it was having problems with his paints and canvas. So there was a little bit of a pause. And anyway, we had this awesome, just back and forth relationship with this guy. I love this guy. So I had it sent directly from my manufacturer to his place in Korea. He just got it yesterday, and he emailed me. He goes, Berkey, I've got my art all over the world, but this piece in this size, he said, it's the biggest thing that I've ever seen, and I can't tell you how much I love it. He was so pleased with that thing. It was like, that was awesome.
That's cool.
So I just want to say, and this is something out of love that I say about Kevin. There is nobody in the world that I mean, he should be in radio. He moves like he is Paul Harvey. He moves seamlessly into the commercial. Like he has it's just like you have no
World's
idea.
greatest salesman.
Yeah, no, he is. He's a fantastic salesman. I mean, it's no, I don't know how many times I've heard him say military grade aluminum. Probably I would be a rich man.
It rolls off the tongue.
But wait, there's more. If you order now, you'll get a set of German steel knives and a bottle of OxyClean.
Are the legs made of the aluminum as well, or are they wood?
These are actually steel.
Oh, steel.
Yeah, they're
military grade steel.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's military grade steel, but this particular steel is very stout, but it has a leveler on the bottom.
Right.
And then we have steel brackets that actually go into the rails. So we spent a lot of money on prototypes, and I wanted to release it last Kickstarter, but I just wasn't comfortable with the quality. We had prototyped 3 different styles. I spent $3,800 on prototypes, and I was like, these are more expensive than folding tables and not as good. And when we finally arrived at this solution, I was really thrilled.
So it goes into the rails?
Yeah, it actually goes into the seat channel of our new aluminum rails that we offered last Kickstarter. So it mechanically attaches, and it's incredibly sturdy. I jumped right on the table. There's pictures of me laying on the table. And even when we did the XL, where you get the extra 24-inch leaf to make a big XL table. We
Right.
put 2 of the cross supports, all the legs, and I jumped right on it. And Josiah goes, you could just see the fear in his eyes. And we didn't have the extra leg in the center. And I just jumped right on there. I'm 230 pounds and bam, it was just perfect.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah. So anyway, guys, look at that beautiful family of just I think I know all these people in this picture here.
Is that your office?
Yeah, that's actually right here. This is my wood shop, but my dad built all these beautiful cabinets for me.
Oh.
Have you seen these cabinets, Lance?
I've been to your home. I've seen them. They're beautiful.
I don't remember if we had this when you were here last, but he lives in North Dakota, Western North Dakota, and he built all these in his shop there and brought them here. And this was for my woodworking shop, but it's been a studio for Game Toppers for a little over 2 years. And that's what you're seeing in the background here.
It's gonna highlight.
Now, here's the thing about the mats, though. The stitched edge makes them really nice. Like, I didn't think that was like that big a deal until I started getting stitched edge mats, but it makes them roll way better.
Exactly.
Military grade aluminum
Military.
for precise tolerances and strength.
And you know what that really means? It's just a level T6 aluminum. I learned a lot about aluminum. But the aluminum that they use in like mechanical parts that are used in military products, like locking mechanisms for guns, different things like that, that's very hard. So it maintains this tolerance so that from one rail to the next, we know the tolerance is within 31 thousandths. It also doesn't dent easily. There's a lot of different grades. The next grade up is the aircraft ready. That's almost 4 times as expensive. Very hard to get even that alloy, but we went with the top grade because I just wanted them to last. I didn't want them to, I wanted the product to be heirloom for people.
Yeah, I'm gonna set them off here. The best thing is that the price for all these things, aluminum and stuff, it's gone down so much since
So
COVID.
much.
Has it?
No,
No, Scott.
he was telling me how it's like everything is.
Well, I
way
know
more
we have a
expensive
wood
right
shortage right now.
Yep.
Oh.
I knew that was coming.
Everything, packaging, corrugate, resins, our ABS plastic that it actually goes in some of our accessories went from $1.50 a pound to $6 a pound.
Yeah.
Just crazy nuts stuff happening and shipping overseas. Our mats come from overseas in our storage bags. We have 2 full 40-foot high containers. We used to get those for $5,000. We're talking like $11,000 now to ship those.
That's the shipping cost?
Shipping costs.
So more than double.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And your prices stayed the same?
Oh,
You know, I was agonizing before this campaign. In fact, I almost thought about just holding off because I was just gut wrenched about it for like 2 months. And finally I just said, well, you know, I haven't had a price increase for 3 years. And so I made some just slight adjustments in my mats. But now with the Kickstarter and all the stretch goals, that kind of went out the door for the
Profits are down the drain.
But
But the mats are awesome. I mean, I assume that's probably your big money maker. Like those are pretty.
Yeah, we got a little bit better margin there, but you know, it's eroding all the time just because of the way the state of the world is now. But hopefully, you know, next year things will level out, and we just want to keep doing great things and keep giving good value to people and doing the best we can.
absolutely, man.
No, they work. I mean, you know how much of a fan I am of these things.
Oh yeah,
We've got
you've been
50 of them, right? 40 something.
Well, and you bought those 30, like I think you've got like 35 toppers at the
for the hot games rooms.
And I remember the first year that we did it, we had just the 1.5 millimeter plain mats. And this was before you changed your logo. But then we upgraded them to the new logo in the 3 millimeter stitched. And those things just lay so flat. And that room, I mean,
I can't wait.
you can't
I'll
help
see it
but
again.
want to go in that room and play those hot games.
Yeah, no, it's definitely awesome.
Yeah, I sure appreciate that, Scott. That's always
Oh, you're
been a
welcome.
huge.
But do you remember that you delivered them to me too, which was like awesome. Do you remember us sliding them down the stairs?
Oh, on the rails.
I was
huge
like,
crew.
what is going on? That's when you put too many geeks in a room, they figure it out. Like, how are we going to get these down the stairs? Well, let's just
It was
roll them down
awesome.
the handrails. Like they're sliding down the handrails.
Just hoping
Box
and praying they
after
don't
box
fall.
after box.
box.
Crazy. Jeff has done such a good job with your team organizing that whole thing. He's really been amazing.
Well, we had a conversation yesterday. There's
Oh,
plans
really?
in the progress. I mean, I'm not saying anything yet because it's a little
Whoa,
early.
whoa! You can't just say that and drop it.
Well, you should assume what I've taught. I mean, the conversation was very positive. We had 0 deaths in Texas yesterday, by the way.
Really?
Today is 9.
Not a single
Hmm.
human being died in Texas yesterday.
0. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Right?
I mean, wow. I mean, did everybody wrap themselves up in bubble wrap and no cars are on the road?
No, we have an anti-mask mandate now. If you have a mandate for masks, you're basically can get fined. It's so crazy to me, but whatever. What do I talk about that? In schools and in governmental buildings, they cannot force you to wear a mask.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty crazy. I'm on the Wild West.
Yeah,
You really are.
Wiki wow. Wiki wow.
Now I did go
That's
out the other day.
crazy.
Every place I went to, people wearing masks.
Hmm,
That was cool. That was good.
that is good.
Oh, so that just passed.
The governmental and schools one
Yeah.
asked yes.
When am I driving down to Fergus to get my Mycroft, by the way?
I think the Watson or the Holmes, but yes, I know a guy. I know
Yeah.
a guy.
No, what do you mean Watson or Holmes? I thought like I wanted the extra to like so it bled over.
Well, the Holmes is the one that was fitting your table the best, if I remember right. The Mycroft would work too. That's the big 4-foot by 6-foot Warhammer table.
Yeah.
What kind of table do you need for that? Just anything or?
That's the great thing about the toppers is there's cross ports under each section, so it can overhead
Slides into the
up to
commercial.
9 inches without any problem. So Lance's table, I think, was 40 by 64. Is that right, Lance?
40 by 70 is what it is.
By 70. So you could go with the Watson or you could go with the Holmes, but it seemed like the Holmes was better, 3 foot by 6 foot. And that would allow you to get a little bit longer and not see any of your under table and actually have all of your rails supported. And that's a pretty good size table. That's the size that all of the tables are at the BGG Hot Games Room, 3 foot by 6 foot Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, they're the lifetime tables.
Yeah, if I'm hosting D&D at the house now, I need.
What was the legendary? I hadn't seen that one before.
The which one?
The legendary? Oh, the dragon.
Now, these were some custom sculpted toppers that we had Dogmite Games actually sculpt the top. They're almost all sold. I think there might be one Viking sculpted rail left, but the dragons are all sold out. The Vikings are almost all sold out. I think there's one Holmes Viking left, and I have one of those in my basement actually.
Oh, look at that
amazing.
Viking standing there. So what they do like inlaid work on the corners and the top and the edges or something. I see
In the
it, up on the
actual
sides.
rails, they're sculpted.
Oh, that's great.
with these overhead CNCs and then sanded every one of those, so they're super smooth. I actually took all of those rails that I got from Dogmite. I laid them all out, matched the colors, matched the grain. So when they matched up, I personally installed every one of those. It was about 40 of each style, and to make sure that they matched well. And then on the bottom of each one of these, I signed them as limited edition toppers. So these are probably not coming back.
Yeah.
Good sales tactic there. Last chance to get it.
Last one.
There's a
Oh
good
yeah,
picture
those guys.
there.
I like the
Yeah,
Viking one.
that's pretty cool.
I love that.
Oh,
You know,
not bad.
all of this stuff is about games, just upgrading your gaming experience. And we always say with the Game Topper, you upgrade every game you play from here on out. So it's the ultimate gaming accessory. If you've got a table, you know, whether it's another table or our table, it's really a great investment. And there's so many great options out there. You know, Raskellers makes beautiful tables, Wormwood. I mean, they're gorgeous tables. And if you have the money to spend on that kind of thing and you have the space, it's fantastic. What's nice about our toppers is you don't sacrifice any of that quality or that functionality, but you have it at an affordable price point and it's portable. So you can take it away, put it under the bed, put it in the closet, take it to game night. I mean, so many cool things. Now we've got these dining covers you're showing with Josiah there. That dining cover works as a great DM screen for playing D&D. It works great as a workspace or just to put snacks on or to put your armies on, which is really cool. That was one of the
what is that material?
that people are loving.
Are those wood or are they MDFs or?
They're a different kind of MDF that's actually used in hospitals and restaurants. It's a much denser type of MDF, and they powder coat it. There's a special process, and it's the exact same process that we used with our Lord Burton and our JJ Burton mat racks, so that they've performed really well. And this was a really nice solution that wasn't crazy expensive. Most of the wood tops, and we're not a woodworking company, so most of the wood tops are going to be $600 to $800. These here are very affordable at $249 to $299, but they're very nice. I'm super happy with the quality. That's Josiah's painted miniatures there too. He's a big D&D guy, so he does a lot of that.
Yeah, cool stuff. I like these, the new collapsible cup trays. I think those are cool.
Yeah, those are super fun. And these babies,
fit whatever.
They just collapse just like this. So they're great to store. Just like that.
Flat. Yeah.
And then we have these inserts for the bottom, even if you want to have a flat bottom so that you can put in roll dice in there, you can put your chips in there, whatever you want to do. They're dishwasher safe. Super heavy duty. You'll never break them. I throw them right on the concrete.
Who's that charming fellow?
I was just gonna say, who's this? Who's this short-haired fellow?
You made me look good there, Berkey. I sent him a picture.
Don't you love that guy?
I love that picture. I need the original.
You still have that jacket, Scott?
I retired it.
My daughter's actually a historical costume company, and Hannah does all my graphics. She took a bunch of they do the national AGM show for the Jane Austen Society, and they had this Admiral costume, and she actually cut that out for Scott, so he looked cool in there.
It looked great.
All right, well, I'm gonna say goodnight. So,
John, it was good to see you.
Yeah, you too. Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
There's tons of fun stuff on the Kickstarter. Most of everything we're giving away a lot of extras for the packages. So these packages save you hundreds of dollars compared to buying a lot of other, buying them a la carte. But over 20 different styles of mats from noted board game artists. And like everyone said, these mats are just super high quality. The print quality is amazing. The feel of them, the longevity. And we've unlocked a bunch of stretch goals where you get a double mat bundle, 2 of the mat storage bags, and discounted shipping when you buy 2. But then we kicked it up another notch because people were really digging our rack bundles. You've got the Lord Burton and the JJ Burton mat rack, but now you can get a 4 mat bundle with the JJ Burton. That just got unlocked. And the Lord Burton, where you get 6 mats, 6 storage bags, and the rack itself, you almost get it free. It was something we're doing just as a loyalty thing to our Kickstarter backers.
So you order 6 mats, you get a free rack, or
almost what it works out to exactly. It's crazy.
Nice.
I'm only going to do it during the Kickstarter. We're going to let the late pledge manager launch about a week after the campaign ends, and July 6th, Josiah's getting married on the 19th. And when he comes back from honeymoon, we're going to collect all those surveys, and then some of these amazing deals are going away.
I like that you
if
put
want to get these deals, jump on the campaign, because that wouldn't be a sustainable business plan.
I like those bars there because you can put other mats on top of it, right? You can just roll them over the bars. Does that work?
Exactly. I have one of them right here, and like I have my Blood Rage mat on here and a Dice Tower mat.
Oh yeah.
And then
I need something like that.
I have my Mirror Nostrum mat and some Dice Masters, and then all of the racks. And this is that same material that's in our dining cover. It's proven to be very durable, and I'm really, really, really thrilled with those. People that have got them really liked them, so now there's been a lot more interest as people have shown them off. double rail bundles. You can convert half of your topper into a mini topper. That's such a cool feature. A lot of people buy the double mat bundle, really awesome storage bags. And now you can get the extension leaves that get you an XL. So if you want that great big honking table, there was one guy on our Game Topper Nation page. He actually put 4 of those extensions, and he has a full 12-foot table with 2 6-foot mats. I mean, it looks like a bowling alley. It's the coolest thing ever.
Who's
Oh,
gonna need a
leaves.
table that big? I mean, these things are
Hey,
awesome.
you got halvesies.
The game,
We do have John Rott made some special dwarven dice for us on our first Kickstarter. We only have a few of those left, but they're pretty cool.
poker chip tray. That's
You got a
cool.
good price on them.
And then
And our acrylic covers, these are awesome too, because these, the type of acrylic we're using, you can use the dry erase pens, so you can use them as your scorecards, and they cover the collapsible cup holders. So you can use it as a component tray, but you can also use it as a scorecard type of thing. And we just have a stretch goal that we launched for 760,000 that you're going to be able to get a whole set to cover all of your cup holders for only $20, which is acrylic has gone through the roof.
who'd we lose?
That's pretty much my cost.
The dice towers are awesome.
Yeah, these are fun. Yeah, people love those.
I remember didn't Geek Chic have the dice tower thing? But they never, was it ever an accessory for the tables? I think they just
I
had
think
one.
they had one that plugged into the rail and shot out the center, which was
Oh, okay. Yeah.
See, that's what I like about this. It's like you put it on the rail, and then like it won't take up a bunch of room on the board. These are cool.
well, and they're totally modular. Like I have one here, and this thing slides across the rail, and the dice tower just comes off. So if you don't want to use the dice tower, you can just use it as a component tray
Right.
for all your bits, and that gives you a little bit more real estate around the table, and everybody can get one. We just unlocked a bunch of stretch goals where you can get a whole bunch of these. They have these little lockable legs that just connect on the bottom, and these here just hook on the rail. And then we also have a dice corral. This hooks into it, so it kind of keeps your dice in place, but you can also just use these as a dice tray anywhere on the top or wherever you like.
Oh, the Roman map. I haven't seen that one yet.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
Oh, I gotta get that one.
Arcane Wonders. We used our artist Yaroslav, who did Reavers of Midgard. He did our #1 selling Viking mat. I know, Lance, you love that one.
Viking mat rules.
But he did the Roman map, and that thing, it's for Foundations of Rome. We use the art style from that game by Emerson Matsuchi. But that thing, I just can't stop looking at it when I play on it. We played a Tribune and we played Concordia on it, and it's just fantastic for any Roman themed game. You can play viticulture too. There's all kinds of little vineyards and that type of thing in there. Yeah, he's an amazing artist. He's a Polish professor of art, actually, and what a gem. The volcano mat, so cool. And these things are awesome. I had one of those days that I was just having one of those days, and I got these in, and I went, this made me so happy.
Did he paint that?
You ever have that where just something simple just makes you so happy?
Sure.
And these
Did he make a canvas for that whole great wall map? Excuse me.
Yes, and that's the
Oh,
Vincent Dutrait white wall right there.
Yeah.
That's pretty beautiful.
Have that in 11 sizes. Storage bags, poker chip holders, trays, tons of stretch goals. We've actually unlocked, this is crazy, but 45 stretch goals. I can't imagine the amount. My daughter Hannah does all my graphics, and our Google Doc is like 14 pages long of all the instructions I've given her so that we can add different cool things. There's the brand new Cthulhu mat that I worked with Richard Lanius on to get the art design, and worked with really a great scheme there. Really beautiful.
Worked with that
Very
hack,
cool.
Richard Lanius.
That's the man. And our mat storage bags are really cool too. So, you know, that's always a big deal. This is something really cool. This is the game hall from Top Shelf Fun. And this mat bag is awesome. It's super heavy duty padded. We kind of, Jamie Keggy from the Secret Cabal is a good friend, and they did this exact same bag. We just rethemed it for game toppers. But you can get 4 ticket to size ride games in here.
Ticket to size ride.
Ticket to ride size.
That
Say
sounds like
that
a
3
great game.
times fast.
I want to play Ticket to Size Ride.
Mm.
And it fits our collapsible cup holders in here. Just perfect. And it's got other side panels for water bottles and more games. It's so cool.
What is this?
Oh, those are
Castle
cool.
privacy screen?
Yep, they hook right into the grooves of the
I gotta
dice
see that.
accessory tray. So
Oh,
when
yeah,
you're
neat.
playing games where you've got hidden components, they just hook right into those slots on the dice tray. We're going to do a whole bunch more of these. We've got an idea for a dragon themed player shield, and then also a Viking longboat. And we could do all kinds of cool stuff.
That's super cool.
What is that made of? Is that a plastic?
It's
castle?
actually the same material for some of the heavier duty actual board games. That's 3mm. And then we're using a heavy duty laminate finish so that it's even semi fingerprint.
Oh, it's like a cardboard.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, cool.
Lord Burton rack. Woohoo!
Yeah, I need to get that rack.
It's super cool. 6 mats and the rack. And like in the Watson size, $3.99. You'd normally spend $7.33.
Yeah, man. I need a rack like that. That is just I have so many mats that are just like piled up.
$5.99. Excuse me, I said that wrong.
$5.99. I'll get 2.
Yeah.
With free shipping.
Oh, that's with all the mats though, right? You get
Yeah,
6
that's with
mats.
all the
Yeah.
mats, storage bags, and the rack.
Oh, the storage bags are awesome too. Neat. Was there any stretch goals you didn't unlock, or did you pretty much?
There's a few that are coming up. I think we're at about 732, but you can get double dice tower bundles. We unlock some more sizes of the mat rack bundles. The mini mats that you can, for your smaller toppers, we unlock the new styles. We've got a new dice accessory tray there that's kind of cool that has both double card slots for sleeve cards.
Oh, it's a little
bunch
hat.
of component goods.
I was like, why do we? That's interesting. It's a little hat.
Top hat.
It's a hat.
You got a brand, right? You got a brand.
Will always be branding.
Yes.
Uh,
Got to get a mouse topper.
you got a keychain in there somewhere?
This we're about ready to unlock. I hope it unlocks for people, but you get that's a mouse pad. Really fun thing. People loved them. We did them on the last campaign. But the Watson Satchel bundle and the Holmes bundles, if you buy both of them, you get the leg kit and the dining cover. We're including both of the storage bags. And these are heavy duty padded storage bags with dividers. So there's a padded divider between each leaf section.
Oh.
Really high quality. It's about $75 worth of bags, and that's all in there.
Oh, where does this thing end?
Yeah.
It just keeps going.
We got backer choice. We did a big survey getting a bunch of feedback from people.
Yeah.
What kind of mats they'd like. Actually, what could I ask you guys? If you wanted a mat you could make, what kind of mat would you want?
You've done space, you've done dungeon, right?
Yep.
Maybe a I don't know. The dungeon is hexes, or what did you do? Squares?
1-inch squares. Yep.
Yeah. Hexes, maybe? Or do you have a hex mat?
No, I mean, I wouldn't want.
That's boring though.
No, hexes, but I would say, like, if you're gonna go theme, I would think like, have you done a, like, foreboding haunted forest theme or anything like that?
That was the number one suggested idea in our survey. We had about 260 people so far that have answered it.
I know. I filled out that survey 258 times. So.
Did you give choices there, Kevin, or was it whatever came to mind?
No, on that one we left it open, and I think what I was gathering information, and then I'm going to put them in there. Some of the ones that have been suggested have been a haunted theme, where it's got like a graveyard and a spooky forest, maybe a mansion in the background. A lot of people want a train, 18XX, Western, even
Western would be nice,
locomotive theme, Matt.
Oh, you know, like a superhero city might be cool too.
No, we've had that suggested. We're actually working with Arcane Wonders on their Freedom 5, which is Sentinels of the Multiverse. So we might do a superhero city type of thing. A lot of people wanted just a plain water map where it's all water.
Yeah.
We had people.
Although you've got kind of that, right, with the Viking map. Or is that's got land around the edges, right?
And the pirate map, is very similar.
Yeah.
But people wanted a desert map. That's one thing that people have suggested. Some people have suggested, we have a beautiful space map, but it's got a moon and a nebula and kind of a space station in the corner. But people wanted like an all-star field map.
Did you say you did a water map, like an island type map?
Kind of. The pirate map and the Viking map are very much like that in the center, but then it's got some, thematic elements around the edge.
Victorian England would be cool.
Yeah, I was thinking something like that.
We've heard several people recently mention steampunk and maybe something Victorian.
Like a lot of gears and stuff.
Gears. Thinking something fairy.
We did 10 individual question and answer live videos on our Kickstarter with a lot of different celebrities, where we actually brought them on the show. They all own Game Toppers, and we had so much fun just interviewing them, talking to them, and then answering everybody's question. And it was so much fun. I mean, we did 10 of them.
Wow.
Just amazing. Today we had BJ Shea on from, I met BJ at PAX Unplugged. He's a national syndicated podcaster. He's got BJ Shea's Geek Nation, and he's on the BJ and Migs show, which is a rock channel in Seattle. He's an older guy like me, and he, what a gem of a guy. This guy's just awesome. And here's this big celebrity, and I didn't really even know it. And he came up to me at PAX, and he just couldn't get enough of our product. And since we've become friends, and that's what this hobby does, right?
Yeah. Bring people together.
Well, you've gained 4 backers since you've been on the show.
4 whole backers.
You can send me my commission.
Thanks to the Alaboom.
Yes.
Double your commission, Lance.
Yeah, there you go. Double of 0 is still
exactly
0.
I know at the beginning when I popped on here, Scott, you were talking about Spiel. I'm very interested to know what your thoughts are.
Of the Spiel of Jahres?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
All right. Well, go buy a Game Topper. And if you've already backed it, go back it again.
The mats are awesome.
Yeah, they are.
Like I can't even really say how awesome they are. I mean, I've been through a lot of mats Kickstarters. These are the best.
Yeah.
No question.
And most of those old mat Kickstarters, they've just gone away.
They all have. I had one that was like a rug, which it was kind of nice, but it's the haunted forest one, with the thorns all pointing to the center. That one I really liked the design of, but I didn't like the texture because it was hairy.
Hey, look everybody!
Like
it's
a rug.
There's Grant.
Hey, Grant.
Hello, everybody.
How was your show?
Why didn't you have Grant come on your live stream and tell jokes, Kevin?
I just dumb.
Good answer.
Okay, well we're gonna rip and go back to Kenner Spiel, the stuff I was gonna talk about. So I did this on the Full 42, a great little podcast that Chris and Michael.
Yeah, you dominated it.
Yeah, shut up.
Did anybody else say a word?
Are you surprised?
I left
Scott?
So they could talk.
I mean, it was awesome. Every time Lance is like, I'm going on and on and on, and then another 20 minutes, I'm going on and on. So great.
Once
So
I get-
great.
There's a little mute button I was thinking about.
You were gonna put the mute button.
I was in a loquacious mood. Anyway, no. So put your phone down, Grant.
Okay.
He's busy. Always be branding.
You ain't the boss of
He's
me.
tweeting. Come on.
No, well, you're the one who said I can't put my phone down. Somebody's got to tell me to put it down. So
Yeah.
Grant, put your phone down.
yeah, you're like my daughter, man. Anyway, so
He's a millennial.
yeah. So okay, so here's my thing, and this might be, all right. So okay, like I played all three. I think Arnak should win. That's just my opinion.
Why do you like Arnak so much? I mean, I think it's fine, but why do you like it more than Payload?
I know. I think that's the game that'll win. I mean, that's the type of game that they're gonna want to give that award to.
What won last year? Wingspan.
Wingspan.
Right?
No.
Is that right?
I
No,
just-
no.
Wingspan was
Oh, no.
2019.
That was the base game. Last year was. God.
Last year was The Crew.
Oh, that's right. That was awesome. Actually.
Look at that, Lance. What's that? I know stuff about board games too.
Yeah. I'm talking about, who won Kenner Spiel last year? Because that's what we're talking about right now.
Wasn't that the
Kenner
crew?
Spiel.
The crew.
No,
Pictures.
Kenner Spiel- no, it's Crew won Spiel.
No, it won
Oh,
pictures.
Crew won Kennerspiel.
Yeah, pictures.
Pictures won.
Pictures.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Which is a really fun game, by the way, if anybody's not played it.
I don't think anybody plays pictures. Anyway, so and everybody's played it. So here are the 4 recommended. So Aeon's
Kenner?
End,
Yeah,
which I haven't played.
that's great.
Rift Force, which I
I
don't
have
even
no
know
idea what that is at all.
No idea.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
I was like, Rift Force. What is
Sounds
that?
like it sounds
What
like
is this that
Mirror
you're reading,
Crash.
Lance?
Is it a German only game or?
As a
So
recommendation.
Rift Force, elementals made of fire, lightning, ice, or shadow have come to life through a rift in the world. These creatures form our guild deck consisting of 36 cards, which we lead into battle in a duel for their magical Rift Force. The card game, which is very simple in its rules, draws from its tactical depth from the different abilities of the 10 elementals, of which we only have 4 available per game. The many possible combinations give rise to the motivations to keep trying out new compositions. Rift Force is a quick exchange of blows in which the right timing and clever positioning on the crack decide between victory and defeat. It's a 2-player game.
Rado did a promotion. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, the other guys at Rado.
All right.
Looks like a
so-
dueling game. Yeah, something.
All right. So then Barrage, which I thought that's a pretty heavy game.
Yeah.
It was actually like, for them to mention. That game was mired in Kickstarter hell forever. Like issues with the production of it and delivery and what have you. But here is and this is again not ripping on anybody. I'm asking this question. So Jaws of the Lion Gloomhaven was one of the recommended, right?
Mhm.
Now I mentioned this, and I'll shut up for real this time, and I want to listen to other people. But here's my thing about that is that I mentioned this on the full 42 too. It's like, so is Jaws of the Lion, and admittedly I don't know, is it different enough from Gloomhaven that it is its own game, and like I'm asking I'm wondering if people have played both. I mean, is it?
I haven't played both.
Yeah. So I mean, is it? I mean, or is it just like, okay, you may have already gone through all of Gloomhaven, so here's a new Gloomhaven with the same mechanisms, maybe but different campaign.
I think there's different characters.
Well, but that's still, it's like, yeah, I could play another version of Talisman that has like 4 different people, but it's still Talisman. I'm still, and admittedly, I'm not saying Talisman is Gloomhaven. I don't need anybody emailing me that and saying that to me. But I'm just, I mean, and I'm not.
So what are you
trying to
saying?
say
Like,
this.
but Jaws of the Lion, I guess, is more of that bite-sized type of game where it's not so monstrous.
Streamlined,
But
right?
here's
Has
what
anybody
I'm getting
played
at
both?
is that and I want somebody to tell me this because I don't know for sure, and I
Grant, put the phone down.
Maybe if
Not
somebody
on the
like
phone.
if somebody can step in and say to me,
Anybody in chat?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see if
I don't
somebody's
think anybody's
watching
played
it.
both.
But if somebody it steps in and said, "Oh, no, actually, they spun the rules on its head, and it's a completely different game." You know,
No.
yeah. So
The
I
first
mean,
5. Here's what I know. The first 5 missions are a tutorial, and then the wheels come off, and you can do whatever you want. Right? They removed summons, if you know what summons were in the original game. So they made it easier. There's no pieces. There's only a book for the map. So there's that.
So here's what
Okay.
Paul
But
Tompkins
it's
just
sort
said.
of the same.
Paul says it is basically a more approachable Gloomhaven.
There you go.
All right.
Did you say the first 5 missions is a tutorial?
Yeah.
Ugh.
So saying that
But you're gonna get stuff out of it.
But here's saying that, and I'll just say it, and again, and this is the other thing this is just basically an award ceremony, right? It is just basically
Yes.
a thing where it's like, you know, and it just
It
like any
also
other
generates
award,
a lot of sales.
well, fine.
I'm sure
fine.
it does. Yeah.
Fine. I'm not saying it doesn't. What I'm saying is, much like the Academy Awards have, like, it isn't like everybody has stepped forth and just, you know, elected people to run the Academy and say this is what determines whether or not a movie is good or not. It's basically a company that has put themselves in a spot where, you know, and admittedly, do they have the knowledge? Do they know what they're talking about? Sure. But they're not like, it isn't like the government has stepped in and like created this thing and like said this is the new law or whatever.
No.
This is just a group of people
Yes.
that through time and effort and expertise has risen to a point where they can say this was what was the best game of this type last year. And people listen to it and say, okay, they know what they're talking about. They're not bullshitting us. That was the best game of last year. And so, whatever. It's just an award. You know, I mean, I can give out an award. Doesn't mean anything. But my thing
It's
is
prestigious.
that, okay, fine, it's prestigious. But what I'm getting at is that it's like, I personally feel, and I'm not trying to like harsh on Isaac or you know, anything that he's created. I think it's kind of bullshit. That like basically, okay, here's like a rules light version of a game that already, like, there are probably tons of games out there that, like, I'm not going to say more deserving or whatever, but you know, it could have gotten the nudge instead. Yeah, and I mean, you know, nobody needs to have Jaws of the Lion get recommended. I mean, it's just like it sold a gajillion copies. I don't know. It just bugs me a little bit, and it's just, and I'm not.
Do you think it won enough awards already? Is that sort of the point?
It's not even that. It's not even like you've won enough awards. You know, we're bored. You
Golden
know,
Geek
just,
Award, by the way.
What?
It won the Golden Geek Award, by the way.
Of course it did.
Did it?
But
Mhm.
I mean, you know,
Hey, get off the table.
it's just one of those things where it's like, if it was me that made up my mind for that, there was, I mean, and which it isn't, and it isn't my job to make my mind on that, and it doesn't matter. No, thank you. I'd be like, yes, you made another version of the game that everybody loves. Good for you. I'm glad you've found a game that people love, and I'm glad that you've made like millions of people, or whatever. I shouldn't say millions, but like hundreds of thousands.
Pretty sure it's like millions.
Well, is it millions? I mean, I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was over a million.
Pretty
Well,
amazing.
I don't know if it sold 1 million copies, honestly. Would you say that it sold 250,000? Easy.
Yeah.
Once you get to 500,000, I'm wondering.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. What do I know? I don't know anything.
We don't know shit.
You don't know
Yeah.
nothing.
But I mean, I'm guessing it's 500,000. I think is the point where you've kind of reached that, right? I mean, look at how many backers did Frosthaven have?
Shit ton.
Million.
Yeah. Frosthaven had what,
100,000?
14,000 backers?
Yeah, 100,000? More than that?
Something like that.
They had 100,000 backers. Frosthaven? No, Frosthaven did not have 100,000 backers.
What did it have?
But I think it was like 32,000 or something,
Okay.
wasn't
All right, and okay, so let's say they had 32,000 backers for that game. So, and we'll and then they'll sell it in retail obviously later on. But that's still only 30.
83,000, by the way. It's irrelevant.
83,000.
I was closer, a little closer than the 30.
Yeah.
Well,
Huge.
so the 83,000 backers. So rough estimate, you know, if a game catches fire, you sell about 3 to 4 times that many once it becomes available to the public.
Right.
So, you know, I'm just.
I mean, it's a really fucking good game. I mean,
no. I mean, and I'm in the minority in my.
Yes, you have D&D. Yes, compared to D&D, it's nothing.
Yeah.
But to the people who don't have dungeon masters, they don't live that lifestyle.
No,
they want a game where you bring it out and play it on the dungeon game.
As,
get the
and,
full,
as I,
pretty
and
close to.
As I've
one of the
said,
best.
Get out of your tower,
the
old
same
man.
people that I play in, the same people that I play D&D with meet every Thursday night to play Gloomhaven, and they did it in person at first, and now they do it over Zoom, but they still do it every Thursday, and they go back in and they keep playing and keep playing. So it has legs for them, and they enjoy it. Right?
Yeah.
I played it once, didn't care for it, gave my copy away. You know, I mean, it was just kind of like, yeah, this is boring. I'm moving on. But
I think since this is a streamlined version, it's more open to the European market than the actual Gloomhaven was.
Yeah, you can get into this game way easier. I mean, the Gloomhaven rulebook's like 40 or 50 pages, right? The original.
Yeah, it's pretty.
That's
big.
a lot of rules.
Yeah.
Now, if it's drip fed to you over 4 or 5 scenarios, then you've got it. Like, that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
And it removes some rules. I don't know all of them, but I know one of them.
I don't know. People are gonna say sour grapes.
I mean, I would think it's a worthy. I think it should have been nominated, honestly. Like
for what?
For the Kenner Spiel.
Why?
Because it's really good game.
Does that mean that like
it's like one of the best games I've ever played?
Okay. So
period.
Jaws of the Lion is.
I mean, I've only played Gloomhaven, but I assume it's just the same system.
Okay. So should every single Ticket to Ride with a new map should have been nominated for?
No.
Yes, every single one of them.
Here's the thing: Gloomhaven was never nominated.
Gloomhaven was never nominated for.
No.
Has it been translated to German?
I don't know. I suspect so.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. But
here's the thing, there might be a little caveat rule there. You know, they have very strict rules about what games can be nominated.
So okay. Let's. I'm gonna try to put you in a box here, Scott. So,
thanks.
Yeah. So would we be in agreement that Ticket to Ride has probably sold more copies than any other designer?
100%.
100%.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Yeah.
So the original Ticket to Ride has sold a gajillion. Let's just say a gajillion copies.
Yeah, millions.
Okay. All right. So, and it won Spiel, right? It did win the Spiel.
It did.
Okay. So
Spiel.
When they came out with Ticket to Ride Nordic countries or whatever, hey, we got tunnels in the game now. It's different. Should that have been nominated for Spiel? Since it obviously was like the best game
only
ever.
Only if it changed the whole thing up.
But Jaws of the Line doesn't change the whole thing up.
But I'm saying that for some reason Gloomhaven did not get nominated. And it may not have even be eligible because if it's not in German distribution, it's not eligible. Right? I mean, that's a pretty hard rule.
Yeah.
Like if he was selling them and only through his store in Germany, I don't know. Then it's not eligible.
And do you really see a panel of people playing Gloomhaven? I mean,
so from what I understand with the panel, and this is Tom Felber era, which he has resigned. He would have 3 or 4 game nights a week with 4 to 6 different people each week for months, for a year. He would do it and play different games every time. Like it's the most hardcore, disciplined game playing I've ever heard of.
Wow. And each panel.
Can you imagine having 4 game nights a week? Like,
would each panel member do this or just him?
I don't know if each panel member did that, but they do strive to play as many different games with as many different people as they can.
Yeah.
So if you're a Gloomhaven player, are you going to buy Jaws of the Lion?
I bought it.
I mean, are you going to want to play that then?
Oh yeah. I'm waiting for my group to get back together.
Huh.
I'll bust it out on them.
I'm wondering what the crossover is actually from Gloomhaven to
non-Gloomhaven. Yeah. Well, it's in Target.
I'm wondering if it's just bringing in that additional group of people that are playing the streamlined version, or if people are liking both of it.
I don't know.
Because
I
have
would
no,
imagine it would.
Yeah, I have no desire to play Gloomhaven, but I do have a desire to play Jaws of the Lion.
That's kind of the way
Gloomhaven is too overwhelming for me.
Yeah, I think somebody sees that box of Gloomhaven, like, no, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, it takes you an hour to organize that box.
Right.
Whereas in Gloomhaven, you just, I mean, you
so
don't,
when
you don't
somebody, obviously I am like curious about it because of being number one on BGG and all this, sort of stuff. But I mean, I see that box and I'm like, no, I just can't do it. And then you say, oh, here's a version that will hold your hand through it. I'm like, I love having my hand held.
Me too.
It's great.
I wish we had that
Makes me feel safe.
first. Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to hold
cuddles
your
and
hands
hugs.
too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's valid, Lance. I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing: if Gloomhaven itself had gotten nominated, then no, Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion would not be. Not viable.
Well,
it would make sense to me.
My quick Google says that
They-
Gloomhaven's available in German, so I don't know when.
But it may not be in German distribution, which is totally different. But Pandemic got nominated. None of the Pandemics, except for Pandemic Legacy, which won a special award, which wasn't even nominated. It was just won an award. They just gave them a Spiel award.
No. Pandemic Legacy was we did that live thing. The live I was on that show with you. The Pandemic Legacy was up for the award that year.
No, it was special. It was guaranteed.
No,
it was a special award.
But you're not listening to me. It was up. It was nominated, though.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was nominated. It didn't win.
No, it didn't win. Just as I predicted.
Yeah, you're right. I'm misremembering.
So,
but they did get a special nomination. They did get a special award as well. Didn't they?
I mean, I don't know, whatever. But I mean, here's the deal, though.
Later?
It's one of those things where it's like, and I didn't agree with that either. I was just like, oh, okay, there was a legacy aspect, but it was still Pandemic. I don't know. What do I know?
It's Pandemic Plus. It's different enough.
Motherfucker.
Without spoiling. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting award. I mean, I think if it didn't have so much sales tied to it, no one would really care.
No.
I mean, it would just be like another award.
That's just kind of what it is.
It's the number one award, right?
I mean, because it's been around since like 1980, right?
Yeah.
So it's sort of.
What everybody says, oh, you get nominated. If you win Spiel, it's like saying I can sell 50,000 more copies of my game. If you get nominated, you can sell whatever more of your game, right? That's what like.
Yeah. So when I went to the what do you call it? Department store in Germany, all the nominees were all a pedestal.
Yeah.
In this game shop.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it was really awesome.
Yeah.
Well, and that's fine. What I'm saying is that, and admittedly, I of all people know that, once again, it is a independent, privately owned awards company who has no rules whatsoever. They can do whatever they want.
Rules. You just don't know them.
Well, yeah. Which I'm sure could change at a minute's notice and whatever, just depending upon what they want to do. But
who hurt you as a kid, Lance?
It is. It is.
I mean, here's the thing. What I know about Tom Felber is it was held to the highest of standards that I can tell.
Fine. That is hidden behind lock and key, and we don't know, and there's no way for us to actually see in whether or not the adjudication is done. I mean, you can say it. Just like how the NBA lottery, we can't actually see the ping pong balls being dropped, but you don't know how many are each. Yeah, you don't see them all going in. Yeah, yeah
Why would that matter if they say what they don't do? Like, can you imagine?
Because it's like
controversy that would make.
What does it matter? I mean, like, it's just one of those things where it's like, I'm not saying I'm not going full conspiracy theory, like, oh, they're getting money underneath the table here and nominating.
Throw an extra ping pong ball for LA this year.
Well, no. Why would you have to? You could just lie and say, yeah, LA got it. I mean, you wouldn't have to go through the process.
Oh, they don't do the live ping pong ball draw anymore?
No, they never have.
It was in envelopes. It's all in envelopes.
It was done in envelopes. And the one year that Patrick Ewing where the Knicks got the final pick, there's like conspiracy theorists that say that they put the New York Knicks envelope in like in dry ice, like so it was super cold, and but it wouldn't be wet, and so when they're sitting there, then they're going through it, and David Stern, like they say,
it would stay to the top.
Well, you know what? That worked out great for Patrick Ewing. All the NBA championships he won. You know.
Well, you can't. But the whole point is that like they had the least chance to get the undoubtedly who was going to be the best.
Did they win? But the year before, so they're like
and it was just like they were one and no, I mean it was one of those things where it's like sure it didn't work, but the idea is that the NBA wanted to have a big name in New York, number one place to have them. And then people go back to the video of David Stern's reaching in and like he grabs one envelope and then he like throws it off to the side. He reaches over and like feels it, and then he grabs a different one.
Great conspiracy. I need to watch that video.
Yeah, no, that's like the theory is that they made the envelope cold so he could pull it out and do whatever. But that's probably BS. But I mean, the thing is that like, we hold ourselves to the highest standard before we pick these things, and I'm sure they do. But without any without any kind of actual like process to actually verify that, you just have to take them for their word, right? I mean, we have no idea.
That's it. We're getting live cams on these game nights. All day.
What were the other nominees for Spiel, the Jahres?
Spiel is Adventures of Robin Hood,
which no one's played.
Macro Crime City,
right? Which I can't put a copy
and Zombie Teens.
I have not played that either.
I haven't heard of that.
I haven't played any of these, and I've only heard of one.
It's always the way it is.
Which one did you hear?
Robin Hood. I'd heard of Robin Hood just because Michael Menzel and the art.
Right, the second game he ever made. Like he said, I'm only making one game, and made two.
Yep.
Oh, that was the guy.
And then the recommended are
but he did the Andor game, right?
The recommended are Bis 20, Chakra, and then Point Salad recommended.
Yep.
And then and Switch and Signal, and The Key, Sabotage in Lucky Llama Land.
Yeah, I got that. I want to play it. I haven't played it yet. It's a hobby game.
Oh, the llamas are getting Sabotage. Are not that lucky.
I haven't played any of those games.
Well, nobody has.
Was Dune Imperium also?
No.
It wasn't selected. I hear a lot of talk of comparisons about Lost Ruins of Arnak and Dune Imperium being similar.
Dune Imperium is a better game in this one, like, humble opinion guy here. Dune Imperium is a better game than Arnak.
You shut your mouth over there.
Shut it.
I agree. Dune is a better experience, but Arnak is better designed.
What do you know?
Arnak's a lot of fun. Ends too quickly, in my opinion.
I hear they're both pretty good.
I have it on my shelf. Stop making me feel ashamed.
Arnak?
I was just recently.
Okay, great.
I don't know if you've heard of these guys before, but they're in Australia. They have a podcast called Board Game Barbecue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aren't those just awesome people?
They are.
We got connected with them. He backed our second Kickstarter. Well, anyway, I was on his show just this last week, but they were talking specifically about this stuff, but really comparing the two. And I had such a fun time with those guys, but they were really loving Arnak. But then the people that were on there that are talking about the theme of Dune really enjoyed that. So, but they're kind of saying they're two different games that people compare them, but they're really not the same game.
No, they're not the same at all.
Well, they're both deck builders that use the cards to also tell you where you can place your workers and worker placement.
Right. So that's basically, I think, what they were saying. And they do something fun on their show. They make an oath, and they made an oath about their Shelf of Shame grant. They have to play a game from their shelf of shame. Well, I had just ordered Arnak and Dune Imperium, and I haven't bought a game other than Kickstarter stuff for a long time, but I really heard a lot of great things. And so I bought both of these here about 3 months ago, still haven't played them. They're setting, and so I made a double oath that next Friday, my team is we're going to take off at noon on Friday, and we call it Relevance Friday, so we can get back to actually playing board games, right?
You're going to go to Australia.
I don't know. I really liked Arnak a lot. Dune, I liked okay. Too much fighting.
Too much fighting.
Yeah, for me.
Oh, I expect
No,
that.
too much swingy fighting. Meaning I drew a special card that let me win a combat. And I couldn't do anything about stopping it, right? Like if someone does that in that game, then there's nothing you can do. It's all hidden, right? You spring it on them.
When I play against my son, he's always going to win. We're always playing for second. So I
Yeah. Oh, you need the secret card that says, I win this combat.
Yeah. That's right.
That's the only thing that dog did a little for me. And there's a card in the game I feel whoever gets it wins the game. But I have not proven that yet.
Okay. That's interesting.
So in the game there is a currency. I forget the names of the currency. One is water.
Hey, boss.
Spice.
Water, spice.
Water and spice. And there's money.
13? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. And I had a million whatever, and I couldn't do anything with it. Like once you spend all the money you need to get all this upgrades, you have nothing to do with that money. There's a card in the game that will let you spend that for victory points, which I feel is probably unbalanced. But I can't prove it. I haven't played it.
I stay away from the intrigue cards, and I usually do pretty good because the people that
play them against you.
What?
Do people play them against you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the people that go for those are wasting actions getting those too. So.
Yeah. They're just so powerful, though.
The Baron can get them more easily, though, and so that's a little harder to go against, but.
I looked through the deck. There's about 4 or 5 combat cards that will basically almost guarantee you a win in combat.
Yeah, and you got to save those.
Ones for the double point locations. You spring it on there. I know. And I've only played it once, so take my.
That's why I said Arnak's a better design game, but I had a better experience playing Dune. I've played both of them more.
It's fun for sure. Yeah. It just makes me grit my teeth when someone says, "Oh, here's a card, I win." Right? Like I couldn't pre-plan for that.
Maybe you should get good.
Yeah, just get good.
Just plan that they'll have it.
Play better.
All right, who wants to go in the box? I don't think Forrest is showing up. Who wants to go in the box?
Wait, can I ask a actual question?
I'll do it.
Because you guys are all knowledgeable. What are the top 10 publishers by sales?
Gray Fox Games.
By sales?
God, I wish.
Hasbro, Mattel.
I would kill to be in that.
Hasbro and Mattel.
Besides
those
them?
two are far and away.
Asmodee,
and
Asmodee.
But what else is up there?
What's that?
What else is up there?
Ticket to Ride and Catan are almost always the top sellers. Okay.
The Days of Wonder.
But that's owned by Asmodee.
Yeah.
Yeah, are we just clumping all of Asmodee in one big.
No, that's why I said Asmodee 5 times, because they all have different. They're all those different. Like they own Catan now, right?
Right.
And then Cards Against Humanity.
Cards Against Humanity is probably
and Exploding Kittens.
Mayfair just said, "Yeah,
you
want to buy us? We'll buy Catan." Well, do you want to buy us? No, we'll just take the Catan.
You're like, well, how much is Catan? It's 20 million. How much is the rest of the company? 20 million.
Well, yeah, of course, right?
You don't. What do you want? We'll just take the Catan.
Well, that makes it easier for them to cut the.
It's like Aldi, you said Exploding Kittens and what else?
Cards Against Humanity.
They're considered a publisher?
Cards Against Humanity is a publisher.
Yeah.
I think it's just called Cards Against Humanity, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe Exploding Kittens is too, isn't it?
Exploding Kittens is probably not the same.
No, it's different. But I mean, they're their own publisher too, aren't they?
and I know who does that
Well,
stuff. too.
Breaking Games printed Exploding.
Oh yeah.
But
No, they're just the printer. They're not the publisher. I
Yeah.
don't think so. They will not take the lion's share of the fees.
Yeah, no, they're just a printer.
Let me see.
Why?
What about Czech games for code names? They got to make a
Probably up there. Yeah, they're probably
Yeah.
maybe top 10. I'm trying to think of other people who would not be top 10.
You said Mattel, Hasbro.
Well,
Wizards
Wizards.
Humanity, the
You gotta
Catan
figure-
stuff, Ticket to Ride,
I mean,
What
are we
about
just? I
Carcassonne?
mean, are we just talking board games? 'Cause if you're going to go card games, you're going to have to, get Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
well, that's owned by Hasbro.
In the conversation. Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Why, Grant? You looking to get a list of who to suck up to, or what?
No, it's for a thing.
I'm just riffing. I don't have any real hard facts.
Yeah, I don't care if it's actual hard facts. I
mean, there's probably a way to go on Amazon and look at like the top X games for sales, or for and then that would give you a really good idea of like who's actually selling the most games.
Is this for a comedy bit, Grant?
Most games or most money?
Going to be very funny.
Ha!
It's for
everybody's a comedian.
It's for when I do this tour, for getting a company like that to pay me, to sponsor me, to perform board game comedy all over the country and possibly teach their games or things like that in places all over the country.
Ooh.
Ravensburger?
Well,
How much money do you need to be a traveling board game salesman for,
Well, it depends on how many cities we want to do and all that sort of stuff. But it's something that's never been done before and would be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what, the holy grail of like marketing for board games is trying to tap into that same market that Will Wheaton did and then just kind of like left.
Yeah.
Like there's just not many people out there who say, well, I don't like board games. It's just not like it's not that you don't like them, it's that you just haven't been shown any good ones or whatever, right? Or board games or card games or or whatever.
Right.
And like finding a way to get games in front of people that would normally never see those games, like I said, is kind of like the holy grail of marketing, because like I know where to go to find the hardcore gamers. There's no shortage of there's just no shortage of places to advertise. Well, I say there's no shortage, but you know where to find the hardcore gamers. I mean, like the first and foremost place you go is Board Game Geek. Like that's where all the, if somebody identifies as like, I'm a gamer and I have more than, 50 games in my collection, they probably have been to Board Game Geek. It's those people that have like a dozen games and, they've, the most off the beaten path thing they have might be like Splendor or something like that. And it's like, and there are millions of those people, and somehow tapping into that or creating a new market for that would be insanely valuable.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to do.
So here's some other ones that you may want to look at. Spin Master.
Oh yeah, they're three. They're 2 or 3.
Think Fun, I think.
Bezier?
Bezier?
Or Bezier?
Maybe. But they're not in the top 10. I mean, I doubt it.
Stonemeyer?
Well, I mean, do you want to talk about hobby games or do you want to talk about mainstream?
Yeah.
Because a little bit.
Well, that's just it. Like if you're going out doing mainstream games, you're not tapping. I mean, you can use that as like the gateway, but if you're just going out like pushing Cards Against Humanity,
that's not what I want to do. I want to bridge the gap between that sort of stuff. So, when I do this show, I've been writing a bunch of material and it'll all be game focused, but some of it is just about like dating in games, right? Where anybody could laugh at that. It's just a filter. And some of it is like, more inside baseball, talking about like our love for Kickstarters or things like that, where a regular person doesn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
So it's trying to bridge the gap between that stuff.
USAopoly can probably help you out there. They're kind of like
That's
they're
kind of
like in between mainstream and
Yeah.
hobby.
kind of Big Bang Theory, you know, bringing board games into pop culture.
Yeah. For
Fun-
sure.
Funko or whatever their
Yeah,
division.
Funko's moving, but they're doing like 40 games this year or something.
Yeah.
Wow, that many.
And they did like 40 last year too.
Did they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bicycle.
Bicycle now is owned by Carter Monday. But yeah, they're a game company now. And Will Wheaton is the spokesperson.
Why isn't anyone coming to buy me? That's really what I want to know. I hear all these companies have money and they have games, but
Games
no,
suck.
Are you out there?
sending their attorneys to my place of business to offer me any money.
Games suck.
And every day that goes by, I will take
The
less.
price goes higher.
No, it goes lower.
Mhm.
You got to shop it around, man.
And you give away Vikings with your company, right?
Sure, whatever, whatever. I don't even care.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the ideas. I literally had like a hour-and-a-half conversation with my manager and stuff today about that. So
Did you?
What would
Yeah,
a sponsorship cost you?
seriously, if you could find a way, like I said, to find that bridge that gap, and do like what Will Wheaton was doing, I think there's just a huge opportunity there.
yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm friends with a lot of professional comedians, so I could also get comedians together to play games.
Yeah.
We should have a conversation, Grant.
Okay.
I can't do it anytime soon. I got some stuff going on, but we'll talk. You're in LA, right? We have a
Yeah.
studio in LA
Yeah, I do.
covered.
For sure. So I've just been thinking more about that sort of stuff now as I sort of transition out of COVID, you know?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, I mean that, like, comedians, like, just doing like a show or whatever, where you have professional comedians playing games, and then
It could be
just
fun.
seems like it could be a really good.
I think it
good
could be.
idea.
I think it could be really fun.
Yeah.
And you know, I think it's right. I don't think we could play any heavy games, but we.
No,
could
it would
play
be all
medium.
lighthearted.
I
Fun.
They
think-
really didn't on Will Eaton though.
Yeah. I mean, I think even medium games could work as long as they're not 3-hour games, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Medium
right.
games work, and you might even it might even be funny to watch it because, somebody who's struggling with something that's not that, not that, like, that's a medium
Yeah.
game or whatever. There could be material in there where, there's, people are kind of, you guys are making fun of each other or whatever. So,
For sure.
that, I think it's a really, really, really good idea.
Well, and that,
Yeah.
I don't shame. One of the things I'm not worried about people stealing this idea because there's just not that many people that can
Yeah.
bridge these worlds, and so
Yeah.
writing all this material, I want to shoot a board game special at some point too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm special.
Finding the there's a lot of opportunity, like, in niche areas,
Yeah.
and this is I think definitely one of those areas that really, just like I said, just I don't think it really has been tapped the way that I think that it could be.
I agree, and I think it's only going to keep growing.
Yeah, and I think it will keep growing, and it will grow faster with the right catalyst, right? Like with the right type of thing where people are, they're bringing people, where you're bringing the average person in. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of almost like it probably will never get to this level, but it kind of reminds me of like comics. Like, if you go back to like the 80s, like, people that were in the comics were just nerds. And,
Yeah.
it was like, if you collected comics and read comics, you were just, you're just a nerd, right? Now, everybody is about Marvel and DC and the comic universes.
Sure.
Like all of those same stories that we were reading like in the 80s and 90s are now movies that people are all like gaga about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. All right. Well, cool. I appreciate the advice, everybody.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I
We're
interrupted
making things
you,
happen.
Lance. You wanted to put somebody in the box.
Well, somebody's got to go
Always
in the box for the trivia.
I'll do
Go
it.
in the
Christian
box.
said he would do it.
Christian will do it.
Chris, you want to go in the box?
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right,
Christian's
go in the
in the box.
box. Mute yourself.
Great.
We'll wave at you. When
They want to talk to you about an idea later on, right?
Okay.
All right. So this is your judgment on whether or not you think Chris would get these answers correctly. And here we go. Question number 1.
Can you hear us, Chris?
No,
Okay.
he can't hear us. Oh, well, he could be lying. Question number 1 is, what animal is on the Porsche logo?
Oh, we got to write this down, don't we?
No, you said you're going to figure out how many you think he's going to get right. You don't have to write anything down.
Oh, got it.
Is it a
That would be a horse. I would accept
stallion effective?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say like lion or something.
Yeah.
It's the Jaguar.
In meters, how long is an Olympic-sized swimming pool?
I think I'll get that.
100.
Ooh, Matt's here.
Matt's here.
Matt's here.
Hello.
Hey, Chris is in the box, so you're.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so
I was
Chris,
watching. I was creeping.
All right, so here the first question was what animal is on the Porsche logo? It's a horse, and the second is how long in meters is an Olympic-sized swimming pool? And that would be the big 50, 50 meters.
I thought it was 102, Scott.
Oh yeah, I thought it was 100.
Can't hear us right now.
What?
He can't hear us right now.
No, you can't hear us.
Okay.
What is the only edible food that never spoils?
Not Twinkie?
What?
It's not a
They
Twinkie?
said edible.
That's fair. Yeah. But it's not
honey.
tasty cake.
Honey is
Honey. Yeah.
honey. They actually found honey in that was in an urn in Egypt, like
Yeah, like it's in the tombs.
that was like
Still
and
good.
and they ate it.
Yeah, well, you know what? In Zombieland, he ate Twinkies after the end of the world too. So
Snowballs.
I think
Isn't it snowballs? Or what was he going for?
that was Twinkies, man.
Oh, was it Twinkie?
What
He
is?
also.
Oh, we
he
found
also-
snowballs and he's like, God damn,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
just
that's right.
when I found out that they're actually not, they don't last forever.
Yeah.
Disappointing.
You were
That's-
disappointed.
What
Every
is-
50 years.
What is the biggest selling music single of all time?
Thriller.
Something by Madonna?
Or the Beatles, maybe.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest selling. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Most copies of it sold. That would be
Thriller?
Candle in the Wind.
Really?
Wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, I'll never get
That was 4 Lance.
Yep, that was number 4. Here's I like this one. Dump, floater, and wipe are terms used in what sport?
Dump, floater, and what?
Wipe. Dump, floater, and wipe
Water
are
polo?
terms
Is it
used in what
Frisbee.
sport?
is it curling?
I never realized that was a sport.
Was that ultimate?
No, that's volleyball. Volleyball
Oh.
uses
Yeah.
the terms dump, floater, and wipe.
Nice.
What
Weird.
color is your blood while it is still inside your body?
Blue.
You might know that. Blue.
It's a trick question. It's still red. There's really for the longest
not?
time people are like saying, "Oh, it's blue," but the oxygen in the air turns it. No, there's a hemoglobin protein that makes it red.
It's Schrodinger's
that's a trick-
blood.
yeah, you got a lot of trick questions tonight.
Yeah.
I've only got them down for 2 right now.
What
Okay,
country
go for 3.
covers 8 time zones?
Country?
What country
Russia?
I
covers
think I'll know that.
I would
Yeah,
say
Russia.
Canada.
Russia.
What is it?
Russia.
Russia. You live in Canada. You know it isn't that.
Canada's only 5, I think.
Yeah, I think it's the 5.
Close to
6, maybe. We're
What?
4.
What were Jack and Jill going up the hill to fetch?
Pail of water.
Pail of water.
Pail of water. Yes.
That's a gimme.
Well, maybe he's. See, if it had been Forrest, it wouldn't have been. Who created Sherlock Holmes?
I think
Arthur Conan Doyle.
Yeah, sure.
Arthur Conan Doyle.
Okay.
And final question: what TV series showed the first interracial kiss on
Star Trek.
broadcast TV?
Star Trek.
That's right, Star Trek.
But who did it? Who did the kiss?
Kirk and Uhura.
No.
They were forced to do it by that.
Was-
The,
Yeah, Plato's stepchildren,
yeah.
and it was Spock and Uhura. No, it was
It
Kirk.
was Kirk.
and
It was Kirk. It was.
The movies
of
are
course,
different.
Kirk. We know Shatner. He's like, no. I got this.
Mhm.
But wait, I must kiss her.
Yes. All right, cool. We'll wave him.
Are we recording
Oh,
numbers?
wait. Yeah, we're numbers. Here, give me your numbers. Scott, what do you got? How many you got for him?
6.
6. Kevin, how many you got for him?
6.
I got 6 also.
Grant.
I'm debating between 4 and 5
Nine of
right
the beast.
now.
Lots of confidence.
I'll go 5.
All right, Shane.
So I was gonna go 6, but I think I'm gonna go 5 now.
All right, so we got a bunch of okay. All right, so Matt,
Somebody's
you held
like
up 5.
1-7.
All right, Chris, how you feeling?
Pretty good.
All right, here we go.
As long as they're not sports questions.
Here it is. Question number 1.
All right, I got him down for that.
What animal is on the Porsche logo? What animal is on the Porsche logo?
Not an aardvark.
Hey, no help.
No help.
That was what I was literally about to say.
When you think
Panther?
Porsche, you think aardvark.
Final answer, Panther. Final answer.
What did you say?
You said Panther.
Panther.
Final answer.
Cougar. Final answer.
And it is a horse. A horse. All right. Question number 2. Just like you wanted, some sports questions. How long in meters is an Olympic-sized swimming pool? In meters, an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
How about 150?
Final answer?
Yep.
50. 50 meters. 50 meters.
They're
That'd be
Olympians. They should be able to go farther.
None of us.
That'd be a
Yeah, they just go
long,
back
that'd
and
be
forth
a
a bunch of
long
times.
pool. That would be
450 feet.
It's the Olympics. You got to go for it.
yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Oh,
much.
yeah. All right. What is the only edible food that never spoils?
You mean besides McDonald's hamburgers?
What is the only edible food that never spoils?
I had you down for this one.
Yeah. How about something like a how about a coconut?
That's a good guess.
Final answer?
I guess not if it's a good.
You didn't say final answer. You could back it up.
It's not only me, Lance.
I'll cheat a little bit. Let me give another answer. How about a macadamia nut?
Final answer?
Final answer.
Honey. Honey never spoils.
Oh, I've heard that before. Yeah. Okay.
All right, here we go.
It's a macadamia nut and honey.
Yeah.
Tough rowing.
Macadamia honey.
Tough rowing today. All right, here we go. What
You
is
got all the next 6. No problem.
No
What is
problem.
that number 3?
That was number 3. So he so what is the biggest selling music single of all time?
It's probably going to be something I don't like.
I'm thinking yes.
Biggest selling, longest selling, or like most money?
Biggest selling, like the most times
sales.
it's sold, most sales.
Most
I'm not looking for money. I'm just saying the number of times it was sold.
I don't even know if that. No, that wasn't a single. How about Strawberry Fields Forever?
Final answer.
No. Hey Jude. I'll do Hey
Final
Jude.
answer.
Yeah.
Elton John's "Candle in the Wind."
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, man, I was gonna say Strawberry Fields Forever. I don't even think that's in the top 10 of Beatles songs.
I wish it was.
Yeah, it came on a single, and Penny Lane was on the other side.
Yeah, but Penny Lane got over.
All right, here we go. This is my favorite question.
You gotta run the rest of this.
Run it.
Yeah. Dump, floater, and wipe are terms used in what sport? Dump, floater, and wipe. Terms used in what sport?
How was that?
How about what's that one where they? Do I need to say that? Yeah, I need to say the word, don't I?
It would help.
Helps.
Ah,
I'm trying to think of what it is. The one where they push the disc and it goes sliding across and then it stops.
Curling.
Yeah. Final answer.
volleyball.
That's funny because that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
Yeah, throw it.
Volleyball.
And you are dead to me, Christian. Dead.
Now I'm out.
All right, here's where the fun begins. Here we go.
Wait, so what did? So there's 3 of us still alive?
Yeah, the 3 of you still alive.
Anybody who said fun.
And then,
Did I
Anybody's
change
game.
my answer?
So question number 6.
He's gonna get these.
What
Your guys are good.
What color is your blood when it is inside your body?
Is both red and blue depending on where it is, right?
What color is your blood when it is inside your body?
Can I not say both? Because if it's oxygenated,
It is. I am looking for a single answer,
Single answer.
sir.
no, I'll go blue.
Final answer.
That's not right.
Grant, like the Cheshire Cat over here, just he's like just giggling, just
Can't
bouncing
sit
up
on my mustache.
I'll go red. I'll go red. Final answer.
Ba-da-da-da-da. You're on the board. Yes. Yeah. Red is correct.
How'd you like answer your trick question with a trick answer?
There you go. All right. Question number 7. What country covers 8 time zones? What country covers 8 time zones? Say it again. I can't. You cut
You're
out.
muted or something.
Oh, gotta be. I guess Russia. Russia would be it. Final answer.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Correct.
Got it.
Here we go. We're in the final stretch here. You could win some Alaboom bucks for some people if you can just pull this off here. What were Jack and Jill going up the hill to fetch?
A pail of water.
Final answer.
Final answer.
There you go. See, I thought Forrest would be here. I wanted to see if he got that wrong. That was my Forrest gets it wrong question. All right.
Stumper.
That would be sad.
Forrest
Yeah,
Stumper.
Question number 9. Who created Sherlock Holmes?
Conan Doyle. Sir Conan Doyle.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I'll give it to you. Okay, final answer. Final question.
This is for 5, right?
Yes, this is for 5. You get this right.
Come on, get it right.
Matt, Grant, and Shane
Want those bucks?
with Alaboom bucks, which can be traded in for beers at conventions if we ever go to any.
One warm iced tea at BGG.
No, it's tepid pink
one cup
lemonade.
of tepid
I'm sorry,
pink lemonade.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
What TV series showed the first interracial kiss on broadcast television?
Star Trek. Final answer.
Look at that.
Wow.
He finishes strong.
Man, if you had
5
gotten the Porsche
straight.
question, I
Damn.
knew it. The Porsche
Oh,
question was
0 and 5,
Yeah.
5. Yeah.
Yep.
You were 0 and 5 and 5 and 0.
You finished strong, Chris.
Yeah.
Well
Yeah.
done.
If I'd given it more thought, I would have had the honey one. I've heard it before. I just forgot.
I'm glad my cheating smile really helped you.
Cheating smile.
Heard of a winning smile. I have a cheating smile.
Reminds me, I gotta pick up some honey.
honey.
I don't like honey.
What?
Really?
What?
That's my hot take.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, when I was a little kid, I used to eat honey by the spoonful, just straight. That's what
That's
I
probably
wanted.
why. You gotta put it in like a biscuit or something.
I'm the same way with ground beef.
I just looked at my phone. I feel sad because way back at the very beginning of the show when we were talking about that apple tree stuff, my mom must have been listening to me talk, and so she sent me like 5 texts. It was like, you have to have another fruit tree. It has to be that she went through this whole long thing about how many fruit trees you have, and I never responded.
What is it, like a feng shui thing?
Yeah, no, it was something
Your
about
poor
like you need another
mom.
apple tree with a certain space or something. So
Yeah.
my mother was watching and I didn't respond. I feel bad. I'll have to call her tomorrow. It was nice. No, it was good of her. We could do some initials if you guys want to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll do that in a minute.
Matt's all excited.
All
right.
I gotta
All
run.
right, get some water.
Okay.
All right, fine. I'll grab
I always do better on these when I'm not actually here. I'll watch a show where I'm not here. And I'm like, I knew that one. Why did I get on?
You watch a show after the fact? You're the one?
I'm sorry.
Not when I'm on.
Oh, okay.
I got another dust toy.
Big bastard.
Did I already show you this one?
That's
that's
cool.
super
What
Oh
is
yeah,
it?
yeah.
Oh, you got
it's-
one?
Oh yeah. Have you seen this?
I was talking to somebody, a client, about
what
doing
is it?
dice like that.
It's pretty cool. It's and I guess there's just a film over the top of each edge. It's like a pink, a blue, and a yellow.
It's a CMYK cube.
Yeah, yeah.
What is it, acrylic or?
Yeah, it's like just a solid cube of acrylic. But
I
it's
don't know.
really
I
the
don't know
colors
what
that come out of
means.
it are really cool because you just like as you rotate it, like the edges combine and stuff. So you get
Yeah,
like
it's amazing.
colors.
They have a
CMYK.
Although it's way
What's-
cooler in front of my monitor because it's reflecting my
What's CMYK?
Cyan,
cyan,
magenta, yellow, and
magenta. Although this is only 3 colors.
So
It doesn't have the
monitor
black,
stuff.
obviously.
Wait a minute. Wait, what did you just say that, Lance? You're in the printing industry and you asked what
I don't
CMYK
know what all that.
I thought he was joking.
Do you
I
guys
don't
do the
know-
same
I
like
don't
that?
know what
Shane,
that
I think
Oh
you should
my
do an
God.
evaluation
How did I
of
even
your
hire you?
employee.
I don't even understand. Like I used to work for
Like you never-
TNG. I helped them with their printing.
I never said I helped them with their printing. The only no.
You need to go in the box.
Yeah,
in the box.
I think he does.
In the box.
What about RGB?
Roy G. Biv. Red, green, blue. Yes.
When you guys send files to printers, do you send like PDFs or what do you do? TIFF?
Yeah,
PDF.
PDFs.
PDFs?
Notepad files.
Yeah, we send them notepad files. They love it. They always say the quality isn't going to be very good if we print from this, and I say I don't care. We're Great Fox.
MS Paint.
we like to test. We want to push our customers one step past like where they'll sell the practice, and then we'll draw it back. We want to get to that level.
Right past the edge. And
Right
then-
past the edge, so we
Yeah.
know where it is. It's like the old Seinfeld bit where he said maximum strength or whatever. He's just like, I want you to figure out what will kill me, and then take it one step back.
So, yeah, it would be fun if I ever won the lottery and I just had money to literally burn. I think it would be really funny to ship every backer like the wrong thing and have it be like the worst quality piece of garbage, like somebody, like a child made it, like a print and play and cut by children, and then they get it and then just have them get really upset, but then literally that 3 days behind it you sent the real game. So while everybody is getting really angry and all up in arms, 3 days later they get the real game and you're just like,
you'd have to also like shut down your website and everything, so they go to
Yeah.
like the Ray Fox game website.
All your
things
email
like
would
that.
bounce.
Yeah,
right, just a 404 not found thing on your
Yep.
website.
So they get it all on April Fool's Day.
Exactly. And then it shows up on April 1st. The real game.
All right. So this is initials, where I read off the clues. You determine what you want to do. You use your name as your buzzer. We have Kabuki Kid and Paul Tompkins in the thing. So we have our scorekeeper and the arbiter of reality. Wait till I call upon you. Don't just yell. I got in case people say their names. But this is each person there's 6 clues for each thing, and they all have the same initials: persons, places, things, sayings, all kinds of stuff. So the initials today are M as in Mikester and G as in, I don't know, grapes. So
Galahad.
Mixed grapes. Okay.
Yeah.
There's some controversy about what's best-selling album of all time.
I can only go by. I can only go. I don't go and check that.
You don't
stuff
make
out.
up the questions.
I don't
Album
make up
or
the
single?
questions. All right.
White Christmas, best-selling.
Oh,
It's fun.
It wasn't
Whatever.
he did. So.
it's always somebody. All right, here we go. Clue number 1 first one for MG. Number 1, connected to George Barnes. Appeared in the Matrix trilogy. Appeared in 1983's Scarface. Often connected to a bipod or a tripod.
Oh,
Appears in
Aldi.
Call of Duty. Yes?
Machine Gun.
Machine Gun is correct. There you go. Aldi on the board. Remember when Anthony would just run away?
Oh
with
yeah, it
these?
was like he would get it on the first clue.
Yeah. Just had it.
If you're too good.
Anthony
Ricano.
He's an old timer who threatens to come back.
Yeah, I talk to him every once in a while. He's threatening to have me fly me out to New York to marry him and his new girlfriend. They just bought a
Well, you got to
house.
go to Syracuse anyway, so you can wrap it all up.
Yeah. You heard about
He's
that
in
too?
Syracuse?
I watched the show.
Thank
I
you.
watched the Lance show. There were some other people there. Just kidding. Go.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
It
You
was
just
Q&A.
Shane loves it when he sees me get shit. So just I'm glad he's here for it.
Yeah, it's great. Love you, Lance.
Clue number 1 was a Secret Service special agent in 2013. Appeared in 2006's Stranger Than Fiction.
Oh, Grant.
Was Grant.
I love this actress, Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Maggie Gyllenhaal is correct.
Stranger Than Fiction's got one of the best love scenes of all time.
Good movie.
Where he's playing the guitar.
Yeah, where he's playing the guitar and he's singing Reckless Eric. When I was a young boy, my mama.
I've never seen the movie.
I love that movie.
Yeah.
What is it called?
Stranger Than
Fiction, Will Ferrell. I'd go the whole wide
The usual Will Ferrell. So it's not like his normal.
Yeah.
She was in that show, The Deuce, which was cool.
Yeah.
With David Krumholtz. Yeah, I like that show.
Yeah, it was weird. It was dark. That movie,
It was
dark. All right. Item number 3. Clue number 1. It's actually misspelled. Clue number 2. It's yellow.
Matt?
Matt.
No, never mind. Forget it.
You called your name. You gotta give me an answer. You got 5 seconds. 5.
I was saying
4,
margarine, but that's not right.
3. What?
Nothing.
What'd you say?
It's one word, bet. One word.
I'm missing the second word. Never mind.
2.
Gross.
Clue number 3. Clue number 3. It's adjacent to a major utility. Clue number 4. Found in Atlantic City. It costs $280. Aldi.
Marvin Gardens.
Marvin Gardens.
I knew it was as soon as you said major utility. I'm like, it's totally Monopoly.
I knew it was a Monopoly, but I couldn't figure it out yet.
It's grouped with Ventnor Avenue and Atlantic Avenue. All right, here we go. Aldi running away with it.
I would not have got that.
Clue number 1. Connected to the end of 2014's Guardian of the Galaxy. Connected to the Star-Spangled Banner. Voluntarily added an E to his name.
Grant.
Marvin Gaye is
I was
correct.
just gonna say that.
Had a famous form of healing connected to the California Raisins. Was shot and killed by his father.
Really?
Tragic life, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was. Read up about it. He was like, wasn't he like screaming and yelling and like running around like he was something? Yeah, read it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Here we go. And his father basically thought that like he was gonna attack him and kill him, and it was in self-defense. So, clue number 1, debuted in 1962. Often involved double entendre. Included celebrities. Was connected to Alec Baldwin, starting in Barry.
The Match Game.
Match Game is correct, Barry. Look at that.
Nice.
Your medicinally addled brain.
I thought it was gonna be Mad. Oh, it couldn't get off Mad Magazine.
What is Match Game?
You never like.
You never watched a Match Game?
Yeah, included fill in the blank
Forced to admit
questions,
that.
and
I barely remember.
It was they would have questions like.
It was a TV show.
Yeah, back in the 60s and 70s.
They'd have things where it's like, he was so upset at his wife's spending when she came home with a grocery bag,
full of blank.
He threw a blank, and then people would like try to like, and then they fill in the blank, and if you match with the person guessed.
Yeah, but they had celebrities as the people you had to match with, like Artie Lang and Richard Dawson, and
everything they try to spin it to be like suggestive.
Everything was it was always innuendo.
It was kind of a spin off on a Hollywood Squares sort of.
All right.
Yeah. No, and then I was just thinking, and then the Family Guy had that one little bit where it was like, it was like he was so forgetful. Whenever he tried to remember someone's name, his mind drew a blank. Just anyway. Here we go. Clue number 1. Briefly appeared in 2001's Moulin Rouge. Number 2. Connected to Marilyn Monroe's 1953 performance of Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend. Number 3. Included the line, "If they don't give me proper credit, I just walk away." Number 4. Debuted in 1984. Is the nickname of an iconic pop star. Final clue. appeared on the Like a Virgin album? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And because I am a material girl. Tough luck for everyone in that one. Tough luck.
I mean, I was thinking
That was
Madonna. I was thinking Madonna, but I wasn't thinking of a song.
And that's tough because like those clues were like we're talking 1950s and 1980s.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
This is all over the place. Here we go. And by the way, this is the Initials game. You can purchase your own copy at initialsgame.com. They're kind enough to send me this copy of this game, and it is run by the, like I said, the sports radio people at KFan. So cool. Anyway, clue number 1. Connected to October 3rd. Included stop trying to make fetch happen.
Aldi.
Mean
Girls.
Mean Girls.
I just read that fetch quote the other day.
Oh, really?
How weird. Yeah.
Jen just said
I was,
it the other
I was
day.
looking up the meaning of chuggy.
I had never seen that movie, and then like my wife and my wife turned it on and had my daughter watch it with her, and I I was reading a book, not really. I was paying half attention to it. I was like I jumped when the one girl gets run over by the bus. I was just like but I didn't expect.
Spoiler alert!
Spoiler.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Oh geez, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm spoiling the 25-year-old movie.
It's pretty good, as I remember. I haven't watched it in 25
First
years.
Spartacus, and now this.
Yeah.
You spoiled
Yeah,
Spartacus?
included the plastics. Wednesday we were pink.
Spoil Spartacus.
Jingle Bell Rock was performed by Lindsay Lohan, Rachel McAdams, and more.
I think they're doing a remake.
I think they are, Scott. Yeah.
I saw Lindsay Lohan say they were thinking about it.
He alive?
Yeah, she
lives in
she lives in Greece in Mykonos.
Yeah, something weird.
Really? She runs a bunch of nightclubs.
Good for her.
Lindsay Lohan?
Yeah.
Good for her.
I'd like to see her succeed. I loved her in Herbie. Anyway.
Girl's pretty good too.
Clue number 1 was an LAPD detective. Clue number 2 is a former mind reader. Once investigated crop circles.
Barry.
Barry.
Mel Gibson.
Damn it. That's
Wow.
Yeah.
Super on it, Barry.
Was once seen getting a
I
royal
met him while he was
flush.
filming it. Yeah.
Was publicly executed in 1995. Was Mad Max. Man, Braveheart was a good movie. That was so good.
What were the first 2 clues that nobody got it off of?
Was an LAPD detective.
I thought it was that one, and I said I better wait.
Why can't I think? Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon. I was like, I better wait.
I'm like, what movie was that? But
I was like, mind reader. What was he a mind reader in? What movie was he a mind reader?
That is the one that threw me off.
That's what women want.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
That was actually a pretty good movie.
It was.
Ashley
I liked
Johnson
it.
was his daughter in that.
Who?
Ashley Johnson from Critical Role.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You know, I what weird thing. I forget what movie it was, but Clint Eastwood, and the scene actually ended up on the cutting room floor. But Clint Eastwood directed Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. His daughter was in that movie, and it ended. There's a deleted scene where like his daughter was like fully naked. And she left a house and went over to go hit on a guy or whatever in the movie, and like they were there. He was talking about how'd you direct that one? He was like, I let myself out the room during that one. He's like the AD took care of the filming of that one.
Yeah.
That's a bizarre.
All right, here we go. Yes.
I've been there.
Have you ever seen that? Like they say, like when he directs, we're totally off on the table. When Eastwood directs, he I heard somebody who can do this voice. I'll try, but doesn't. He just kind of he gets there and the cameras just keep rolling, and he's just like, so you're gonna be over here, and I'm gonna need you to go there. And then he'll just stop and, all right, go ahead. You know, he just sits down and like lets them just do their thing.
He's
like,
90 years old. He's conserving energy.
Well, he's like 1,000.
Yeah.
He's too busy trying to tell us that we need all of our guns. Anyway,
he's a decade, a century old. What the fuck?
Number 1, originally from Canada.
All right, Matt, you better get this one.
Come on, Matt.
I think I know it already. But...
Oh, then guess. No.
No,
connected to Justin Timberlake. Founded in 1995. Utilize blue, gray, and gold. Often perform on Beale Street.
Oh, Shane. Mardi Gras.
And
I guess.
Mardi Gras was not originally from Canada.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot about that. Okay, I don't
forgot
remember
about the Canadian part.
Can't be expected.
It wasn't founded in 1995 either.
Again, don't remember any of that.
Final clue. This NBA team was briefly connected to Allen Iverson. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Memphis Grizzlies. Memphis.
I know sports, and I couldn't think of it.
Oh, they were in Vancouver, weren't they? Or they were BC?
It was the Vancouver Grizzlies.
Yeah.
And then they basically weren't making any money, so they moved.
As most teams in Canada.
Well, they still have the Raptors.
They
Though,
got the
right?
Raptors.
Yeah, the Raptors are pretty big.
You guys won
The only one.
tournament recently, 2 years ago.
Well, they had Vince Carter forever, so that guy was a beast.
We had Vince Carter when Dallas won
7 seasons.
Vince Carter's like been around
He's
for a long
1,000.
time. Yes. He
He
still hit a 3-point shot though.
Yeah, he does. All right. Oh, excuse me. Clue 1. First emerged in the 20th century. Appeared in 1987's Overboard.
What was the first clue?
First emerged in the early 20th century. Clue number 3. Appeared in 1996's Happy Gilmore.
Barry.
Oh, Barry.
Miniature golf.
Miniature golf. I love
Seriously?
how Barry rings in. He's always like,
Miniature golf.
Barry?
I wasn't sure on that one.
Barry? I'm questioning my own name. Yep,
I do
miniature golf.
sometimes.
It's awesome.
Often connected to a clown, connected to AstroTurf. Often features banks, castles, and windmills. Why hasn't somebody made a cool miniature golf board game?
There's a golf game
Yeah, there's several.
where you hit the little fuzzies with the little guy that his arm clicks back.
Be a dexterity game.
Remember that?
Not as good as that tennis game, man. Though.
Oh, that tennis game is the best.
The tennis game is the frickin' bomb.
Can I read you this comment I just got
Okay.
on my video?
A game video or a comedy video?
A game video. You're out here spreading the good word about the only glue we can look to hold our society together as we recover from these uncertain times. Board games are the image. We are the wiggly bits that make up the pieces. You're the box guiding the way.
That's
Wow.
right.
Boy, that's a lot.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
big deal.
You should
Got a
put
lot
that
on your
in
shoulders, man.
You should put that on a
Yes.
shirt.
Yeah. You're the
Somebody's got
box.
more
You're the
time than I
messiah
do.
of board games.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. What's the scores right now? We have Aldi 3, Barry 3, Grant 2, and myself 1. Maybe I think I got 2 though, don't I?
No.
I don't know.
You have
Memphis
2.
Grizzlies.
All right, here we go.
Nobody got Memphis Grizzlies.
4
Yeah,
left.
you got 2. You got 2.
4 left. Anybody's game. Anybody's game right now. Chris, does your microphone work?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay, just checking.
Me too.
Clue number 1, adopted twins. Was previously obese. Was a waitress at the Moondance Diner.
Grant.
Aldi.
Grant.
Melanie Griffith?
And you still want to ring in, Scott?
Nope.
Okay.
That was what I was gonna guess.
Clue
Man,
number
took a bullet.
4. Her brother was a paleontologist.
Oh, Chris.
Chris.
Monica Geller.
Monica Geller, the character from Friends.
I
That is
can't think of the
correct.
first name.
Yep.
God, I had
she's
no idea
an
that was her last name.
extreme neat freak.
Jen just watched the whole fucking series.
Yeah.
Like she just got
Is
done.
it on streaming now?
Wait a minute.
It was on something.
Wait a minute. Barry, on purpose?
Yes.
Friends is good. What are you talking about?
Come on, Friends has some great.
She's just been on a kick, man. We're going through Sopranos now.
Oh my God. Never mind. Anyway, clue number 1.
Who got the last point? Christian did, right?
Yeah.
Christian, yeah.
Apparently, I'm playing.
Clue number 1. Connected.
Come on, Berkey.
Connected to Heidi. An American indie rock band formed in Claremont, California.
Hey, that's where I grew up.
And you should know the answer to this. Clue number 3. They have beards. They have kids. They have white coats. Final clue. They're sometimes seen at 13,000 feet.
Oh, Grant.
Yes?
The Mountain Goats.
Mountain Goats is correct. Yes.
Wow.
Mountain Goats.
You know who else is from Claremont? Ben Harper. Ben Harper's parents owned like a folk music store downtown Claremont, and every once in a while you'd see him in there.
That's crazy. Aldi, Barry, and Grant are all tied at 3.
Ooh.
So with two left to go. Here we go. The rest of you can still play spoiler. Clue number 1, connected to a 1977 Diane Keaton film. Technically, Chris could run the table and tie them as well. Clue number 2, introduced in 1925. Connected to the colors yellow and red. Miniature versions are available. Often collected on Halloween. Final clue. The Hershey Company produces this chocolate and peanut product.
Barry. Mr. Goodbar.
Barry. Mr.
Wow.
Goodbar.
I don't even-
Also,
that's like one that you're mad that somebody gave you.
yeah, I know. I was just gonna say the same thing.
Yeah.
Also by nickname in college. Yeah.
Your nickname in college was Mr. Goodbar?
No, I was joking.
Okay.
So Barry takes a lead with 4.
All right, Barry.
We could have a tie.
Finish it out.
So
Ice
Barry,
this
have I
out.
won before?
Here we go. So Barry
believe I have.
wins. If he gets this right, he wins.
I don't think you have.
If he gets this right, he wins. If anybody besides Grant and Aldi answer
What's
it,
up, buddy?
he wins. So there
Don't you bite me, motherfucker.
Here you go. Clue number 1, in 1985, was a State Department employee. Clue number 2. has been suspected of murder. Clue number 3. His name is often concealed in an envelope. Number 4. He was not
Aldi.
a character. Aldi.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Oh.
Yes. He was not a character in 1992's Reservoir Dogs. He often uses secret passages. Has been connected to a rope, revolver, wrench, knife, lead pipe.
What is Mr. Green? I don't even know what that's referring to.
From the Clue game.
From
Clue and Reservoir
Yeah.
Dogs.
He's one of the 8 suspects. Have you never played Clue?
When I was a kid.
Yeah, it's like Professor Plum.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Yeah. Oh, that movie, Clue the movie, fantastic.
Oh yeah, it's wonderful.
I was just waiting for Matt Groening.
I was waiting for Merv Griffin.
Yeah.
I was waiting for Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
No. The cool thing about the Clue the movie, they actually filmed 3 endings, and and you didn't know, like when you went to the movie theater, you it was a different ending. Like different movie theaters got different endings. So
Pretty sure all the endings are on the DVD.
it is. They are.
It's on Amazon if you want to see it.
Or if you watch it on streaming, it'll say, and you know you have it because you say it could have ended like that, and then they show
Or
a
it
different
could have
ending.
ended like this. Yeah.
But it actually was this, and then they show the actual ending.
I like Tim Curry. He's a good actor.
Yeah, he played. And then I love the I can't think. Why can't I think of his name? The actor. He's a fantastic actor. He plays Mr. Green
Martin.
Michael McKean.
Oh.
He plays, and then like in the whole thing is that he says he's being blackmailed because he's gay. And then
don't spoil it if he's gonna
oh
watch.
my god, it's like you're
Mean
telling me
Girls now
40 years old.
it's 35-year-old movie.
What's
It's
next,
like
Uncle
gonna-
Buck?
You're telling him how good the movie is, and then you're gonna spoil it for him.
He has a good line because it turns out and one of the endings he's an
Gonna spoil
FBI
it.
he's like an FBI agent or whatever and so then and he's undercover. And so it's like
Right.
they ask him, "What are you gonna do now?" I'm gonna go home and sleep with my wife, and then that's how it ends. But yes,
Good night, y'all.
Yep.
See you,
Kevin,
Kevin.
I gotta head out too.
Everybody
Good seeing
back
y'all.
it. Go back, get a game topper, get a game mat, get a something, and if you already backed it, back it again.
When does it end?
In about
Tomorrow.
16 hours, 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Sweet.
Cool, man. I gotta go too, guys.
Yeah,
Have a
All
good
right,
one.
later, Scott. Good to see you, buddy.
Everybody.
Guys.
Later.
Good, we got-
Brian to leave. Can't push the button.
Yeah, get out of here so we can talk shit.
It won't
about
let me.
You stuck with us all night?
I'm stuck.
Just put a blanket over the screen.
I can't leave. What the heck?
Want me to kick you out?
Let me just close the app.
And
I can't even close the app. What the hell? What a weird. Here we go. Quit.
Zoom Flex.
I'm here all night. It's not all right. Alt F4 will work, right? No. What the hell? Okay, kick me out.
All right, I'll remove you.
Board Game Geek's going to be down now.
Adios.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna unclick the report to Zoom. So
Here, I'll get rid of it.
I just ditched him. Cool. Anyway, Matt, what have you been up to, man?
Not much. Just getting back in the swing of things. Trying to get prepared to bring Chris on board on June 1st.
That's right. You're being all like incorporated and stuff.
Yeah. So dealing with lawyers, getting the contract made and stuff like that. And
It's exciting.
Bake Shop's been going pretty well too. And
So
I was working on
cool stuff happened for Matt then.
yeah, I was working on a rule book today too for like 12 hours.
Oh,
short day.
Rule
It's fun.
Yeah.
Rule books are fun.
They are. It wasn't looking good to begin with, but it turned out real nice.
What game is the rulebook? What game is the rulebook for?
It's for the Title Blades game Banner Festival.
Is that like a new version of it, or like a new?
No, it's a
expansion
different.
for it?
It's a small. It's a spin-off game in same universe.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure how to play it, but
but you're making the rulebook, or you're just doing the layout, right?
layout. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I mean, I read the rules and then I just haven't played it yet.
Fair enough.
Does it seem cool?
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's
No.
Cuttington art, so it's going to be fun to play anyways, no matter what.
It looks awful. No, that'd be horrible. Well, Grant, you're always playing games. You play anything new?
Oh, yeah, I played Dream Crush. What did I play this week? Dream Crush is a pretty
Dream
fun.
Crush, the American.
What?
That's Dream Crush. It's like the American future, crushing dreams left and right.
Yeah.
You know, a
Matt
little bit too
agreed to that
topical,
awfully
perhaps.
quick. What was that all about, Matt?
What?
You agreed to that awfully quick there, Matt. I'm messing with you, Matt.
You know, it's a party game, but it's fun. It's a good game, you know. Games where you can bullshit and like justify why you did what you did. Have you guys played? Man, I'll tell you a game I've been real disappointed in recently was Indie Boards and Cards game Scapegoat. You guys know? Did you hear that one?
No.
What? Say that again.
Scapegoat.
Scapegoat.
No.
Have you played the Chameleon before?
I played it. That's been, it was forever ago.
It's fun. I mean, any game where, you know, one person, everybody knows the answer and one person doesn't, but you don't know who that one person is. I think those are fun games. But the fun of them is when everybody gets to bullshit and say, no, I know what the right answer is, right? Because then everybody, you're like, man, I don't know. Barry seemed pretty weak, but then he ended up knowing it. Well, Scapegoat is a game where, you know, one person doesn't know the right answer, everybody else does, but there is no chance to bullshit. So you're like, well, the most fun part of any of those games is not in this.
Just took it out.
Yeah. So it's just like, all right, we're just kind of going through the motions. I think it's them. Oh, they went to the cops. All right, well, game over. You know, like it's just, I don't know. It was a bummer because I really like the concept of it is that everybody you roll 2 dice and everybody has a sheet and one player is the scapegoat, but the person who is the scapegoat, their sheet says that somebody else is the scapegoat, right? So everybody knows, oh, green is the scapegoat, but on green sheet, it says yellow's the scapegoat. So you're trying to like set up to frame somebody. And I think it's like an intriguing idea. It just didn't work. You know?
Sounds like not enough play testing.
Yeah.
Or play testing with people that weren't the right audience for that game, so they couldn't give feedback like you just gave.
Right. Yeah.
Which is like the best part of this game would be this, and it's not here.
Yeah.
Why?
For sure. I mean, that's like, because I think it's like an intriguing concept. It just, you know, it's just not that fun. You're just kind of like going through the motions.
Yeah, and you reminded me of another game that, like, so Fake Artist in New York, which, you know, like ostensibly like you can buy it for $15 or $20 from Wink Games, but you literally can play that with a pad of paper and, you know, a different colored Crayola marker for each person, right? And I shouldn't say that, but I mean the whole thing is that like the whole idea between Fake Artists in New York is that one person is the museum curator. They want, like, draw me a picture of, like, the artists are, everybody else is an artist, but one of them isn't an artist, and then you hand out pieces of paper that says, and each piece of paper either says on it what the picture is supposed to be, so a sunset, or it says you're the fake artist. And so you hand those to everybody, and then so the first person takes like the piece of paper that you're drawing on, and if they're making a sunset, their goal is to ultimately make it look like a sunset, but they can't make it look like they're trying to do it, because then if the fake artist can figure out what they're trying to draw, then they'll continue the picture. Well, the problem with that game is that the first person who starts, if that's the fake artist, they're screwed, because it's like, oh, I'm gonna just put a line, and then everybody's like, oh, okay, you're screwing around. You're obviously the fake artist because you have no idea what you're doing or anything like that. It's like the game's awesome, but it's like one of those things where it's like it's that one problem that it's because the curator wants to hide the fake artist, so it's like they can mix and match and hand the cards out to whoever they want, but it's like so they're obviously not going to hand it to the first person that draws, so then you're also giving away information there as well. And I realize there's a double bluff there where
I think some of it is also right. Those games work better at higher player counts. If you're playing 4 players, well, there's like a high probability that the first player is going to get the fake artist at some point. But you're playing with 8 players, then it's not as big of a deal.
Yeah, I still think like just when you have that first person or whatever, it's just like you gotta like somehow like hide them. You know, I mean, I don't know. It just it's like, and trust me, I mean, I played fake artist like in more when I was still working at US Bank. I mean, we played that on like in the meeting rooms all the time, just as a way having lunch, and we had a ton of fun with it, right? You know, because obviously at work you can eventually just start drawing penises, but I mean the thing is that and obviously when you're playing in a BGG kind of stuff like that, it becomes pretty raucous and everybody's just like, what are you drawing? Just like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's a pretty fun game, but there's that one little tiny like rough, like I've used this terminology before, the rough nail, right? Like in carpentry, there's the one nail that you just can't seem to hammer into place, and it's just with it, and it's just like, and I don't think it's possible to remove it out of there. It's just stuck in there.
I'm making a video for a new Kickstarter, and I had one of the most unlucky games of my life, and I'm trying to like not let that color my experience, right? Because I played it 3 times, and my first 2 plays of it were fun, and I really liked it. And there is some dice rolling, which obviously comes with some luck. And on my 3rd play, which is my most recent play of it, 9 times in a row, I did not roll what I needed. And I got crushed in the game because I had to roll. I had a 50-50 chance, and 9 times in a row, that did not go the right way for me. Right? How do you not let that? I was like ready to flip the table, man. I mean, that just sucks. I mean, it's just like, that is, I mean, and the thing is, I just played a game recently where like it had take that elements. They said, okay, it's got some take that elements to it. And I was like, all right, I usually am totally fine with take that elements. It's just like, whatever. It just, it happens as long as I can eventually like turn around and get you back or something like that, But it was like, it definitely had like one of those like feel bad moments where it was like, oh, hey, I saved up all these resources and everything that I had to do to get this upgraded thing to like, make what I'm doing more powerful. And like and it took me like a turn and a half to like basically build up everything. And I grabbed this thing and I was like, this is super awesome. And it was like, and also, and there's like a mechanism in this game, and it was a play test, so I don't really go too deep into it, but it was like there was also a negative to taking it, and you had to like basically outweigh the negative, the little bit of negative that it gave you
with the like really nice positive it gave you as well. So I was like, all right, cool. Well, I'll still take it. I'll take this little bit of negative. I'll spend all these resources that I spent like a turn and a half collecting. I got this cool thing. And like the very next turn, like some person played a card out of their hand. It was like, oh, I can steal that from you, and just takes it. And I was just like, and like, oh, I was like, and they're like, oh, and it's like, well, I said, you get the negative? Nope. It says right here, I don't have to take the negative. I just get your thing. And I was just kind of like, well, that's incredibly shitty. I was just like, it's like I took on all the pain and anguish of doing this, and you just happen to have that card in your hand, and you just take it from me. And I was just kind of like,
play better,
that isn't. I did say that. I was like, that doesn't take that-y. That's just like, I don't want to play this game anymore. Just like,
well, and that's the thing. It's like my first 2 plays of this game didn't go like that. And I enjoyed the game, but the third one where you're just like, everything goes wrong.
Yeah.
How do you
think if you had something where you can mitigate the luck a little bit, like that would matter?
Well, yeah, and there's 3 steps of dice rolling in this game. And the first 2 steps, there's a decent amount of options to mitigate the roll. But that third step, basically, there's not much of a way. And so you can get all the way to the third thing and and it doesn't work out for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you got dice, it just be like that sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I do think, I wish that third step was instead of being 3 sides of the dice work for you, if it was 4 sides of the dice, and you still have a 1/3 chance of it not working out, I feel like that will make a difference for me, but it's not my game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I usually like, as long as you have the ability to like mitigate the luck in some way, whether it's like you have like, things that can adjust die rolls for you, or like you can, I didn't roll what I wanted, but here I can spend 3 coins and I can change the die to what I want, or something like that. Okay, fine. I can still do the thing I want, but it costs me more. Then that doesn't bother me so much. And the same thing goes for, in my situation that I was talking about, is that, okay, you have that card that can take it. At least like make it so like I can discard some resources to prevent you from doing it or something. Just like, okay. And then so at least I get to keep this thing, because nothing sucks more in a game where you're creating stuff, whether it's like you're creating a tableau, or you're building a castle like After the Empire from Great Fox Apes, just like but I mean, if you're like creating something and then like you're putting work into it, and then somebody comes in and just like, like, and there's no defense, I'm totally fine if like, you have the ability to come over here and smash my stuff, but as long as I know you have that ability, that I can build up a defense against it, or there's like mutually assured destruction on this, or something like that, where like, vengeance can be yours. But like, if you're just like, look, I'm just gonna do this and get away scot-free, and then you're just like, well, that sucks, I don't want to play this anymore. I don't know. It's just, I mean, I've gotten so picky when it comes to games now that are like enjoyable or not. I mean, and the thing is that's for me though. There's lots of times when like I'll play a game and I'm like, I don't really like this, but I can see why everybody else seems to love it. I mean, like I've said repeatedly, I don't find Pandemic to be fun at all.
I'm skeptical that you like any games, to be honest.
I've had my suspicions myself, Grant.
Yeah, I don't know that I've heard.
Shane, what about you?
What are you talking about? Games that I like?
No, Lance likes. Do you think there are any other than role-playing games?
I don't really know. We don't really talk games that much. I mean, honestly,
no, it's more like where the F is this stuff, so we can get it to these people so they can stop emailing us and asking where their stuff is.
Right,
We
exactly.
certainly don't talk printing.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Well,
Brandon.
no. See, I love Shane because
I'm just
he'll-
curious if he knows games at all.
So
As-
Shane,
Yeah.
Shane has like this like one and done policy with his games. It's like, okay, I have this game, I want to play it, and then he'll play it, and then if it doesn't immediately like dazzle him, it's like, yeah, I sold it on eBay the next day for like, it's just gone.
Look, I have so many games within the shrink wrap. You get one shot. You get one shot. That's it.
I mean, I get it. I get that.
I love like so Josh, the other person that at the company, the co-owner, he owns part of the company. He finally like got Shane to play Indonesia, which is like that highly regarded splatter game. And did you say you played it and you're like, that was a waste of my time? I put it on eBay and sold my 2 copies the next day.
Yeah, I mean, I bought 2 copies when they first came out because I know that with that company, they always basically go out of print and then the games go up to like $200 and then they eventually reprint them again. So I bought 2 copies with the intention of keeping one and selling the other to pay for the one that I kept. And then I played the game for 20 minutes and all I wanted to do was get a drink. And I did that.
And the game went on eBay.
The game went on eBay. I was like, are you kidding me? This game is gone. And here's the thing. I would have liked that game 10 years ago. I would have been all about that game. Now, I just don't have patience for a 3-hour slog through just it was so boring. Like, so boring.
It is very dry. That game is very, very dry.
Yeah, they're just too many options in games now. So what I would have put up with, I guess, or maybe even enjoyed, like I said, 10 or more years ago. Now I'm like, screw this. Like, I want some theme. I want some and honestly, the more I play games, the more I just gravitate towards honestly just simple party games anymore. Like my favorite game is Skull. Like I will play that game.
Skull is fantastic.
And also World Series of Russian Roulette, which is a little bit more gamier version of Skull. Games like that are games I like. Those are the games that I feel like playing most of the time. Unless it's like except for rare scenarios where it's like people are getting together and they want to play like a heavier game. It's something that I would enjoy. I don't mind doing that. But if I'm just trying to relax and have fun, most of the time I just want to play lighter games that are no more than an hour usually. So I don't even know why I'm in this industry.
I'm starting to wonder myself. Right?
I played a game of Skull, and I literally had a guy like lose his mind because I played suboptimally, and I still beat him. In his opinion, it was one of those things where it was like one of those things where I don't know what it was, but I had a skull in front of me, but like I only had 2 discs, and the way the bidding was going around, and it was down to like 5 or 6 of us, and I upped my bid by 1, and I was like, oh god, somebody's gotta go higher me or else I'm doomed. I was like, but I did it, and somebody went higher, and that guy, and I didn't like this guy anyway, so it's kind of nice. He was just he's the guy that's in the gaming group that just like it's like sandpaper on an open wound for me. Just everything he says, and I just remember he just said, this guy Dan, he's like, all right, well, he flips his over. He's like, well, I got a rose, and I know Lance has a rose too, so go ahead and flip yours over. And I was like, Skull, you're out. See you later. And he was just for like 20 minutes. He got up and he was just fuming about it. And he was standing like right behind me. He goes, I just can't believe you did that. That was just the stupidest move you could have ever done. Yeah, fine.
This is why I like Skull, not because of that, but because you're supposed to avoid situations like that because the game is over in 10 minutes and then you just play again.
And there's another game, Skull. There's absolutely no reason why you have to buy that game. Like literally, like because it was originally just beer coasters that you wrote something on one side, right? You're basically just getting some cool looking coasters when you play
Yeah,
it.
they're nice. I mean, it looks nice though. So I mean, it's
Yeah,
overpriced, but
Oh
I
yeah.
bought- I've bought 4 copies now because every time I show it to somebody, they end up liking it, and I give it to them. So
Nice of you.
I remember there was like a 6-month stretch where it was out of print and copies that were going for like $60-$70. And I was like,
I'd have sold that in a heartbeat.
it was like, you idiots, what do you just make your
Wait.
own?
Yeah, or make your own.
Wait, or next time you go to the bar, just grab a hand, just shove a bunch of coasters in your pockets, and just go and take them home with you. Just, I don't know, it was just, yeah.
They don't have
Agreed.
pretty art on them, Lance.
Yeah, Lance.
I've
I mean,
often said if a game is good, I will play it with stick figures and pieces of paper because it's still fun. Now, if you're gonna if you're gonna make things look cool and look awesome, that it helps. I'm not gonna say it doesn't add to the immersion and all those things. You know, like say having some really cool marbleized planets for Last Light coming from Great Fox.
No, you could just do that on a piece of paper and some chips.
You absolutely could.
Why do you need to buy it?
Why? I mean, I don't know
We
why.
support the industry. We're all in. That's why.
Why do you own the games you have?
I don't know, like it adds something to have like nice components and cool art. Like the Day of the Dead skulls or the sugar skulls that are on the skull thing are cool looking.
I agree with you.
So, did everybody get your not to change subjects, but did everybody get your Gen Con 2021 feedback survey about whether or not
Nice.
so here I want you to listen. These are the questions they're asking, and I just want to hear what your responses would be and maybe open this discussion. So these are the questions they asked. Question number 1 is, are you interested in attending Gen Con with the new dates, September 16th through the 19th, 2021? Yes, no, not sure. I mean, I know Gray Fox, we've decided we're like not going to have a booth, but there's a chance business wise we may attend in some fashion, but we may or may not. I don't understand. So, and then it says, have you been vaccinated with COVID-19? Have you been vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine? Yes, no, and I don't plan on being vaccinated. No, but I plan to be vaccinated by Gen Con show dates. How important is it for you to be vaccinated prior to Gen Con? Very important, somewhat important, not important, undecided. And all of these, you can make whatever comments you want. You can just tell them what you think. So here's the one where it's like, this is good. Which of the following, I'd like to know your answers to this. Which of the following enhanced health and safety measures would you want to see at Gen Con in 2021? Select all that applies. These are those. Daily temperature checks at all entrances. So if you have a fever, you can't
imagine
forever to get into somewhere.
Yeah. Masks mandated at all times.
Yes.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
Daily routine sanitizing of indoor spaces.
Yes.
They should do that anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, is anyone going to leave Gen Con without being sick? Like if they,
really.
if they disinfected those surfaces all the time, like maybe that wouldn't happen as much.
Yeah. Enforced social distancing and limitations of crowds. I'm in favor of that one. I mean, I don't know how you do it at some of those entrances.
Yeah, I mean, I am within reason.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
they
that's
had already been talking about how they want to direct the traffic down the rows in the exhibition hall. So,
but how would you enforce social distancing
I
at
don't.
the tables?
That's the other thing too. Like, what are you going to have like multiple security guards standing there making sure you don't walk the other way? I don't know how that happens. I mean,
put everybody in those big blow up soccer bubbles that you can.
Yeah,
place
there you go.
Yeah.
I mean,
hazmat
at
suits.
the local Home Goods, like Home Goods and Marshalls or whatever has those things where only walk this way down the aisles, and everybody just doesn't care.
No, nobody pays attention to that.
I'm in favor of all of the above.
Here's free COVID testing. I'm like, why bother? What are you
Yeah.
I mean, is it gonna be a rush test where you're gonna get the answers back the next day? I mean,
Too late then.
are you gonna make people like? Are you gonna pay for people's COVID tests before they attend? Like they're gonna take it where they're coming from? Hand sanitizers throughout indoor and outdoor spaces. Yeah, sure. Why not? You know, that's fine. And then proof of vaccination before participating.
That's where I stopped.
Yeah.
That's when I just was like, I'm closing this. I'm done. Like I just was like, I realized number one, it wasn't for it wasn't for what do you call it?
Exhibitors.
It was for attendees. I didn't realize that. But I was also like, I don't know what your vaccination card looks like. The thing is supposed to prove that you have the vaccine, but anybody can make those.
Yeah.
Anybody can make those. Like seriously, there's literally nothing about them that isn't that a $30 printer can't fake. Nothing.
Yeah.
So
well,
they're
like you know anything about forging documents, Shane. So
what?
Just you don't know anything about forging documents. You don't know how easy it is.
I know that it's on a white piece of paper with black ink, and there's no like embossing, there's no seal, there's no special sticker, there's literally nothing. It's
I know,
just
I can make it.
So what you're saying is that we should have like maybe got a tattoo with the date on it or something, or
I don't know, anything. Put a hologram on the card. I mean, at least give it make it a little difficult to fake. Like again, like just anything. Stamp it with an embossing thing. I don't know, anything. But as it stands, like literally anybody could make them. So they're worthless. They have no value.
No, they don't. Well, no, people really like to put a thing over their like information and take a picture of themselves in a selfie.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Yeah.
Grant that's dumb.
Yeah, I agree, Grant.
No, it's no more dumb than taking a picture of your food. People got excited.
It's taking a stance over something stupid.
What do you got? You can take it off, Grant?
See you, Grant.
All right. Take care.
Later, Grant.
Are you comfortable, bud?
And then I went through a whole thing of how important are those things to you. And then it was like this. I like this one. Which of the following statements best describes your attitude towards Gen Con 2021? And it was like stringent. I will attend only, underlined, if I am vaccinated, proof of vaccinations are required, masks are mandated, social distancing is enforced, and efforts to routinely sanitize spaces throughout the show are carried out. And then it was like, I will attend if masks, social distancing, and sanitizing are enforced, regardless of whether myself or others are vaccinated. And then it was, I will attend even if I'm not vaccinated, and there are no safety features. Just like Wild West it. And it's like, I don't plan on attending. Would you be interested in attending Gen Con if proof of COVID-19 vaccine is required for all participants? And I mean, I don't know what they're going to get from this that's going to help them.
Yeah,
they'll probably figure out a lot of political affiliations, but other than that, I'm not really sure.
Is it a liability thing? Or like, I don't know.
I mean, I think it's like, I always wonder what these polls is like, what is this information going to be used for? I mean, it's like, I mean, if they gotta know that like the answers are going to be like, there's going to be people there are people, there are going to be people on either side of the spectrum that are going to be like the extreme sides. And then there's just going to be all this middle ground that is going to be impossible to put your thumb on.
The fact that they're asking makes me know that they don't care about what the right answer for the health of the attendees is.
Right.
They just care about how many tickets they can sell, and fuck that, I'm not going.
Yeah, exactly. Because if they cared, they would be like, this is what we're doing. We feel like this is what people will be most protected by. We're limiting it to this. We're requiring this, and that was what they would do. But you're right. Like the whole thing is just so they can be like, well, based on this survey, we can probably we can probably do like 80% capacity because most people don't seem to care.
I don't know. It's
There's
just
how many people are we willing to let die so we can make money and they can play board games?
Well, okay. Now this is and again, maybe this is crazy talk, and I realize I try to stay away from these topics to a certain extent, but for the most, I'm not saying that everybody who wants to get a vaccine has gotten a vaccine. I'm sure there are people that in the United States, and I can't speak to anything. I'm speaking of just the United States and maybe possibly Canada as well. I mean, I don't really know what the Canadian situation is, but
It's not great.
the vast majority of people that are attending Gen Con every year are from the United States. And that's just a given. It's always been that case. So in the United States, it would seem to me that if you want to get a vaccine, the ability to do so is extreme. I shouldn't say extremely easy, but it seems to me that like if people want it, the process to get one has been made relatively easy. And I'm not trying to say, and I don't know that, I could be proven wrong, but I mean, from what I understand, it looks like if you want it, you can get it.
Go get it.
You can go to your CVS or wherever. I mean, heck, my daughter got her first shot at a Target the other day. You know, so I mean, you can go, you can get it done, and you can move on with your life. You know, and the thing is that you get vaccinated, and then at a certain point, don't we just leave the rest of these people, the people that are like, you're putting a microchip in me, or I think this is gonna give me, you know, toe cancer. You know, when I'm older, is there a certain point we just leave them behind? We just say, you know what, take your chances at this point. We've done we're doing what we can, and just, I'm not saying we lock them up into their houses and don't let them leave and join the real world, but I mean, it's just like, fine, you want to get vaccinated, then
Yeah,
whatever.
but there's a certain level that if we don't reach, we don't get herd immunity, we don't knock out the virus, and it could mutate in this time that all these people not getting vaccines are just letting it stew and sit there. Eventually, it could render all of the vaccines useless if we just don't do much about it.
So what do we do? If we don't get them
We
vaccinated,
don't let them go to the convention.
I mean, that's fair, but how do we get herd immunity if like 60% of the population refuses to get the vaccine?
I think it actually is getting pretty close already, but I don't remember what the thing is, but
Evolution,
yeah, just
Shane. Evolution.
shame them.
Survival of the fittest.
Name
You
and
say
shame.
them?
Sit in the herd.
I'll do it.
You do
Let's
what?
see here. What is
So I saw some numbers the other day, and in the States, there's something like 50% of Americans are fully vaccinated.
Yeah, it's better than I would have imagined, actually.
In Canada, 3%.
Your rollout's slower though, isn't it?
We stole all your vaccine, didn't we?
well, that is one of the things, is that
We never
like,
liked you people up there.
the
anyway.
US has definitely they have definitely consumed a lot of it, like, and
Yeah.
just taken it. And then I read this fantastic stat, like all of the vaccine, I mean, obviously it's a lot has been used, but all of the vaccinations, like all of the medicine that's in the United States, that's being that of course has been dispersed, it would all fit into one tractor trailer rig. Like you'd be able, like that's how little, like the stuff that, you know, I mean, as far as like they would be able to keep it all in one, you know, but obviously it's, you know, being dispersed. So it says here, New York Times, where 70% of older U.S. adults are fully vaccinated at this point. In some U.S. counties, nearly all the people over 65 are vaccinated. Canada, 3%. Jeez.
How many Canadians are there, Matt?
How many Canadians are there?
Yeah, how big is your country, rather? I should say, population-wise.
I'm not quite sure.
37 million.
There you go.
37.
I was gonna say it's about 1/10 of, because you guys are like the States is what, 350?
Somewhere around there.
360.
Wait, okay. I don't know. I'm not saying anything's wrong, but I'm on a website called CTV News Canada.
Yeah.
And it says Canada's COVID-19 vaccination rate likely to surpass U.S. this week.
Yeah,
It says-
just the number of vaccinations for this week.
Oh, it says more than 46% of Canadians have been vaccinated with at least one dose of the COVID-19 vaccine as of Tuesday afternoon, putting Canada on track to surpass the U.S. in proportion of the population vaccinated with one dose this week.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a 4-month wait for the second dose.
Second dose.
Canada has been vaccinating an average of 0.9% of the population each day over the past 7 days. All right, well, that ain't good.
But I just got an email the other day. I can register early for my second dose because of my parents. They're a caregiver.
Oh, yeah.
So
no, when my daughter, like, you know, we told her everything. Do you want to get it? And she was like, yes, I do. Either she was just like, yeah, I just want to get it done or whatever. And
oh yeah.
And it was like, okay, cool, you know, and it's just like, and then two things about this. I got to remember the second thing here. So according to this, it says Alan Brown said 38% of our total population is fully vaccinated.
36% fully.
But no. So what was I saying? Something about Canada. Something about vaccination. My daughter went and got it done. Oh, and it was like, and they were just like, so you'll be back here in 2 weeks. It was like not even like a question. It was just like, so you can get back here in 2 weeks. I mean, we can do it in 13 days, but 2 weeks is your best. You know, it's like, when do you want to do it? It was just like, there's no wait. It was just kind of like, and again, it was one of those things too. It's like, make sure you tell your friends at school if they want to, they can come and get it here. You know, just like we're just sitting on a pile. We got to move this stuff out. So that's weird. The second thing is that and I'm going to say this, and everybody's going to say, you're going to need a new doctor as soon as I say this. But so my doctor is a young dude, you know, and he's just, and he has, you know, he has told me repeatedly, he's like, if the hospital wasn't making me get vaccinated, I wouldn't get vaccinated. He said, I'm like, okay, well, so there's all these radio commercials where they hear, it's like, ask your doctor what they do for themselves and their family. I was like, if I ask my doctor is saying, don't
Get
bother.
Seriously, get a new doctor. Did he say why?
He just says, I'm young. And if I'm young, and if I get it, I'll survive. He said, I'm not worried about
people he passes it to.
Well, no, he's a single dude who like, you know, who dates like, you know, 22-year-old girls that he meets at the bar. So, yeah.
Well, he sounds like a moron.
He's a doctor. He's interacting with all ages. Doesn't matter who he dates.
Sounds like a moron.
Well, no,
he
That's like an ass that doesn't want to do his part.
No, but he got vaccinated though because he had to.
Because he has to.
Yeah. No, and so
but he's telling you if he like seriously.
He told me yes, you should get vaccinated. He said, and then I was like, oh, I think my daughter's gonna get it. I was like, well, that's her choice, but she'd be fine if she didn't. Is what he said. And I was just kind of like,
and then if your daughter's the one in like, you know, the one statistic, right?
Yeah, you know. No, she was happy to get it, and she was excited to get it done, and like she had like 2 hours of having like the chills, and then it was over with.
Which one did she get?
She got Pfizer.
Oh,
That's what I got.
I got my gun.
The Moderna shot kicked my ass. So
it was fine for me. So
had you had COVID though? I heard that if you like basically he like when I got it done, they were like, if you had it, this one will, you're most likely going to have some pretty bad side effects, you know, just for about a day.
Yeah, I didn't get anything.
So,
all right, I gotta go, guys. I gotta get up in 5 hours. So,
oh, good luck to you then.
Yeah,
I'm doing some rototilling tomorrow.
Ooh,
oh, I love rototilling. Are you like what kind of? Obviously, a gardens. What are you growing? If you don't mind me asking.
So usually we have this ginormous garden, but because of the whole shop and everything, we don't have time to do anything. So we're going to be doing tomatoes, a bunch of different types of tomatoes, cucumbers, a whack load of herbs. What else? Green beans and something else. Maybe zucchini.
Do you make your own? Do you make your own compost?
No. We buy like just manure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we'll buy like sheep manure and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm thinking about doing that.
Do you ever you must mow your own lawn, yeah?
Mhm.
Dude, you can make your own compost like super cheap and super like, you just save your grass clippings.
Mm-hmm.
And then like I know you as a
Leave
game
them
person.
around in a bag somewhere.
No.
Yeah.
Seriously. Find a spot like in your yard that you will, and then like, and you, as a board game guy, you get things delivered to you. So then save the cardboard boxes and cut the cardboard boxes into strips, and then mix that up with the grass, and just make a pile, and then you just wet it down. That's all you gotta do is just wet it down, and then like, and let the worms start moving around inside of it, and like give it, and you'll see it. It just changes, and yeah, you can make your own.
My wife has the green thumb, but
Well, she should make her own compost.
I'm taking off too, guys.
all right.
Yeah, I was just gonna say maybe it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I have to get up and go to work for that guy over there tomorrow.
Slave driver.
What I've been doing.
Well, yeah, look at you. Okay, did anybody else got any other games they want to say that they thought were awesome?
All right.
Matt, adios.
See you guys.
Yeah, Matt.
All right. Ragnarok's, this is my, and I do this every time, not saying it just because you're here, Shane. Ragnarok's Pledge Manager open. If you missed out, go and get it. And by the way, if you back for science, you should be getting that. We're going to start shipping that next week, aren't we?
Yeah, really. Should be early next week. We're just giving it some time for people because honestly, it surprised us how fast it got here. So we're just giving people time to change their addresses if they need to, and then we'll start shipping it out early next week.
And then after that, Arcana Rising coming just a few weeks later. And well, that left China, didn't it?
No, it hasn't left yet.
But we're going to use the same sweet people that handled our For Science stuff, though, right?
Yeah. So it shouldn't turn into a Tsukiyomi Tortuga nightmare scenario.
Yeah. And if you missed after the Empire Pledge Manager, probably a couple of weeks on that, because we got to figure out how to charge people VAT.
Yeah, we need to figure that out like soon.
Yeah.
I thought they just kind of dumped everything over and we were ready to go. Like,
well, but it's we got to figure out if we're going to use their system that's going to charge a certain percentage, or if we're just going to just charge them extra in shipping. And
for the VAT?
Yeah, for the VAT. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we could just charge them a flat.
That still won't equal out because VAT is for items and shipping. So the more you charge for shipping, the percentage just goes up.
Well, I think I'm meeting with Message or whatever his name is. I don't know how to pronounce his name. The Marchines guy.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk tomorrow.
Matt, just call him Matt.
Matt?
Yeah.
It's basically the translation, Matthew.
Matthew, yeah.
In Polish.
Okay,
That's my brother-in-law's name.
All right. Well, thank you. That's
Mystique, I think it's. I forget how he pronounces it.
But yeah, we just have to figure out the shipping for everything. Then it just transfers. So I'll have to monkey with it for a little bit, just put the different shipping prices and the shipping rules in. But other than that, well, we got to figure out if they have the process implemented that allows us to do it, or if we are just.
They will not.
No,
seriously. According to Marchini, he said 1 or 2 months. They're 1 or 2 months away from the process that allows to implement it, like automatically or whatever. So we will have to go in and I don't know if you can manually do it or like maybe I should talk to Ryan. But like if I can just pull a spreadsheet, I can apply the 20% to the spreadsheet and then re-upload it back to the site if that's something we can do.
All right, I'll mention that to Matt.
Because what I don't want to do is have to go through every single order individually and add 20% to it.
Like me having to probably have to manually go into like 12.
Yeah, because when the end of the week comes up and I'm like, hey, what'd you get done? And you're like, nothing, because I had to spend all my time doing this. I like that's what I want to avoid. So I want to find a way to efficiently do this, not do it, order by order.
Well, Dare to Dream. No,
No?
it should be fine. It should be fine if we can just
Demand
add it, like
satisfaction.
demand satisfaction. It sounds like a Western. I demand satisfaction. Oh shit.
Now there should be a way to do it, but I mean,
well,
I
just
was
like they told me that I was going to be able to like upload the languages into like the same thing, and oh, don't worry about it, it'll work just fine. And I was just like, there's no way in hell that's going to work. It's just I don't have any faith in it whatsoever. But for like the 1,200 people that didn't get to pick the language they wanted for Ragnarok's, which is like 1,178 of them is going to be English,
right?
It's just like probably more than that. It's like 99.9% of it is going to be English.
Yeah.
But if we send some Russian guy an English version, he ain't going to be happy. So.
I'm gonna take off.
I mean, we can probably later, Christian. We could probably just go in there, Lance, and look and see like, okay, there's 3 orders from Russia. I think we can probably go on a limb here. Go on a limb here and say that the one guy that happens to have an English version probably wanted Russian, so we can just shoot that guy an email. I mean, it should be pretty simple. And the same thing goes for people from Spain, right? Like, so it shouldn't be that hard. Like we should be able to, figure it out.
Those people are really worried they're going to get the wrong language. It's pretty crazy. It's just like you live in Tennessee. I'm not going to send you a Russian language version of this game, but that's fine. Just it's backer. Assuaging backers' concerns is like, it's just a constant process, man. I mean, it's just they're all and it doesn't matter how many times you lead the horse to the water. They just refuse to drink, where you're just like, please don't, if you need help with this, don't send it via a Kickstarter direct message, the absolute worst method possible to bring to my attention that you need to change your address for this thing. Just the worst.
Yeah.
But and we'll end on that. Yeah, so go if you like. I don't know. Have a good week or whatever it is.
All right, guys. Take care.
Good night.